back in 1950. These are lamps.
I don't mind it. Good morning.
She's using that light won't help do that.
This mine? Oh, C11. Thank you.
What do you think about the light? All this stuff. It's gotta be yours, can't it?
John will be here at noon. You can ask him.
Yeah, that's your stack. My stack's on this side.
I'm not gonna make it public.
Although it is interesting. My water's to that side, but my documents are to that side.
Well, my water's that side. My dog.
Please go with this. Angel Torres said that you asked to get a few copies. There's 5 of them there. That's our St. Pete College student, the Public Policy Administration Program, Angel. He said he spoke to you, and he said that he asked for 5 copies of that.
I did.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, alrighty.
Thanks for the copies. Gulf Coast.
Was there somebody who asked for time for, as a presentation for college? You said something about it.
We've had people.
I hadn't given her a big time.
We've had some.
In the past, as part of their,
As
part of their.
If that's what that's about.
I don't know.
Is your group ready yet? Your group, are they ready? They're ready?
Yeah, we're ready. Yeah. She's ready.
Are they working?
Good morning. I would like to call to order the Board of County Commissioners meeting of 10 o'clock a.m. shortly thereafter, meeting of September 17th, 2024. At this time, please mute all electronic devices, and will you please rise with me to say the Pledge of Allegiance and the prayer.
Oh, merciful Creator, your hand is open wide to satisfy the needs of every living creature. Make us thankful for your loving providence, and grant that we, remembering the account that we must one day give, may be faithful stewards of your good gifts. Amen.
Amen.
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2, Commissioner Wakeman.
Present.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Here.
District 4, Commissioner Yeager.
Here.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Here.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Here. Let me know that we have 5 board members here and have a quorum. At this time is time for public comment. Citizens are given the opportunity to comment on any current or future agenda items coming before the board and all businesses under our purview. Today's public comment will be addressed as follows. First, we will take comment from those in person and are here in the room. Then we will take public comment from those who are registered, pre-registered for a WebEx and are currently on queue. We request that when you address the board, comments will be directed not personally to a commissioner or a team member, but rather to the issues. This provides mutual respect for the board members and the public. After stating your name and address for the clerk, a 3-minute timer will be started. After 2 minutes, a single beep will indicate you have 1 minute left. When your time is up, 2 beeps will sound, and you should close your statements at that time. For those that are on WebEx, there will be automatically disconnected. So, Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak on public comment?
We have quite a few signed up at this time.
Okay.
Nancy Gray.
Is that an alarm?
What's it?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Nancy Gray, 8502 Adonis Road, Newport Richey. Thank you for the opportunity this morning. We've lived in Pasco since '89. We're now in our retirement home. Over the past 10 years, we've had storms filling up Deer Lake in the backyard, overflowing up as high as 75 feet into our yard. The county pumps it down for short periods of time, but then it takes months for the water to go down out of the yards. We lose our property for up to 6 months at any given time. 2 years ago, Gina at Public Works was able to rent a pump, and it was used for 1 hour, turned off as it was flooding other communities. We asked why, and can we be proactive? Nothing came of it. March, I sent an email asking, please don't give the car wash on Grave a CO until they address the drainage. They're flooding the neighbors across the street before they open the car wash. It's in their garage, it's in their front door. They now have foundation damage, cracks in their walls, floors, ceilings, and now trusses are separating. One unusable bedroom is moldy and sinking. Another bedroom is sinking. The water runs from the car wash around their home, through their home, eroding around, and all of it gets dumped into Deer Lake. 3 small children, and they can't use their backyard that's fenced in because the water's up. They tried dealing with the car wash when they were first building it. It was shaking, it was cracking their house. Now the water has destroyed it. Repairs are now over $100,000, and they've not addressed the roof yet. Lawsuit's been filed. She's gone back to work with 3 little kids. March, Nick with County Engineering emailed Public Works developmental review regarding the car wash. They were going to get back to us. They forgot. April, Gina sent an email to developmental review. They forgot. Gina's wonderful to work with. She's an asset to this county, but she shouldn't have to be a mommy to others to follow up to make sure they do their jobs. We feel like we've been a community that's been forgotten, and we want to know why. I contacted Gina 3 weeks ago now for a pump. Before August, we had a lot of work done around the lake and in our backyard. The lake was down 5 feet at that time. Now the lake is up almost 50 feet into our yards. They put a pump in, but they won't turn it on. Our garden's damaged. We've been wading out in 3 feet of water, raising things up. We have animals that will be underwater. Our garage will be underwater before they pump in, put a pump in, before they pump it, if they're using the imminent danger. If we were in Crane's Roost, they would have pumps in those lakes right now, anticipating the water to go up. That is not imminent danger. They don't have any rising water. They have no pumps. The only difference this year is the car wash. We're asking for a solution.
Okay.
As our county commissioners, please turn the pump on, and can we please come up with a solution?
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
JP, you have someone that can meet her outside about that car wash? Thank you. Call the next person.
Skylar Alexander.
Yes, sir.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
Got a motion and second to receive and file. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0. Go ahead, sir. Name and address.
Good morning, Commissioners and Chairman Oakley. My name is Skylar Alexander. I'm with Habitat for Humanity of Pinellas, West Pasco, and now Hernando counties. I'd first like to thank each of you. I know personally that public service does not come without sacrifices, so thank you all so much for your continued commitment and dedication to serving our communities. I'll be really quick here. Each of you should have already received an email, but I wanted to personally invite each of you to our upcoming Pasco Electeds Build Day. That day of service will be taking place October 9th in the morning from 8:30 to 11. And of course, we have our one and only Representative Brad Yeager hosting that event. So I'd like you to just, if you have time, take a look, see if you're available. You can reach out to me. My information's right there at the bottom of that. But this is just an incredible time to roll up those sleeves, volunteer your time, and of course, help a Pasco family right here in the area. So thank you all so much, and I hope to see you there.
All right, thank you.
Skylar.
David Cadero.
Name and address for the clerk.
Good morning, Commissioners Board and Commissioner Oakley. My name is Dave Cadero. I live in San Antonio. My address is 10919 Collar Drive. I've been a Florida resident for about 6 years. A little background, this is the first home I have owned in 30 years, simply because of life. I started work when I was 11. I couldn't retire until I was 68. I'm no longer 68. But with the proposed anticipated high-end budget I have in my hand, to be very blunt, in a civil fashion, I'm getting hammered like so many other seniors, and there are some that live in Pasco County. I don't know how many, but there's a few tens of thousands. There is such a thing as a fixed income. I didn't retire at 68 after working 55 years plus to dip into my burial savings to maintain and keep my home. Lately, for the two commissioners, including the late Mr. Bradford, whom I voted for and supported since I worked both elections and the last two cycles, I do not see, to this point, responsible expansion with the assets we have when I turn around every corner between 54, 56, and 8 miles from my home, and every tree is being stripped for development that, if I'm not mistaken, this board has approved. I know I'm not alone. I'm not begging. I'm simply asking that you acknowledge my prayers that you will listen to limit budget anywhere you can, because another $300 to $500 out of my family budget of one will put me in peril. That's just not fair. I know you represent a lot of people. I know you do not have easy career path with your service. That's very well acknowledged. But there's a herd of people out here that are getting nailed left and right. I'm just one little family of one. But I ask your consideration to trim this proposal anywhere you can in a best you can fashion to help some of us folks on limited incomes, because there are a whole herd of us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Make sure you sign up for the extra homestead for next year as a
I will.
senior.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wanda Kasnoff?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Wanda Chasnoff. I live at 6608 Status Lane, Newport Richey, which runs off of Green Key. I'm here to address three things. I'm here to address the flooding that we can't get out. My neighbor can't get out to the grocery store. He's a one-legged man on a scooter. This weekend, the flooding was all the way up past my house. I've been here, this is my second time to be here to address the flooding. I've had Jack at my house. He showed up at my door on the telephone with me. Also, I'm addressing that we have homeless people that live in the woods. They're breaking in our homes and stealing stuff and everything. Can't get them out. Third thing, I caught 96 cats in the Green Key area 2 weeks ago for the TNR program. Green Key's infested with cats. Also, we're being notified by the parks that we need a trap in there. We have one trapper in Pasco County that does the trapping, and it's a volunteer. We need help, and we need help. The flooding, like I told you, Jack, I showed you pictures. We can't use our septic tanks because the water's so high up that we can't use them. We are half a block from the middle of Green Key where sewer can be accessed to. But we're also claimed a private road. But the flooding keeps us from doing anything to our road because the water covers everything and eats the asphalt out. We need your help to stop the flooding. We are on the county line. We do not have no culverts on the north side. We have about 2 blocks that is on the south side, which is Newport Richey. We have not one ditch, not one culvert that goes from 19 to the Green Key Park to let our flooding stop. And we need your help. Y'all got a $2.9 million grant for the end of Green Key that said y'all was going to put pipes in there about eating up the water lines and the gas lines. Y'all ain't started no project. Y'all didn't include us. You didn't do anything. We were not included, and we're just down the street. So I want some help. I'm here as an advocator and to speak out for my neighbors that are all senior citizens. We need your help. Thousands of people are moving here every single day, and they get treated like kings out here at Trinity and Wesley Chapel and all because they got a little more money. I'm sorry that I was sick and I don't have the access to the money that they have. If so, I would have paid my street already free of charge to all my neighbors if I had the money, but I don't have the money. So I'd like to ask for your help. Y'all are the board. My taxes are paid, and they're paid current. So I would like some help, and I'd like to hear from somebody to do something. And they can't do like what's going on in St. Pete. Put the pipe to the Gulf. Then what do? All the water comes up the pipe. Then we're all flooded again. So we would like some help, along with all these other people that are here that's got a flooding problem that they can't get addressed. I thank you for your time, and I hope to hear from you. I will be advocating still for cats. I'll be catching cats, and I don't get paid one dime. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I just really could.
Right.
We've got funding, and we've got 2 projects right around Green Key that we've funded. We're at 60% design. I've told Wanda this as well. She is fired up because she's getting flood out continually. So the help is coming. It's going to take a little bit of time. And Wanda, thank you for all you do for taking out those cats, and we will look at that homeless problem again.
Yeah, all right. No, ma'am, can't talk from the audience. Thank you. Next person.
A little help with this last name, Scott,
That'll help right there.
at Oakley Avenue. I'm not sure if it's a K or an H.
Scott Keith, 7106
Oh, my
Oakley Avenue.
goodness. Oakley Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I think probably the first representative from that area, right? Or somebody to come here from that. Anyways, we're here to
Excuse me,
talk
sir,
about
you said the last name was Keith?
Keith, Keith. Yes, sir.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
I'm here to address the poor road conditions. I mean, it's been horrible. My wife and I have been residents and homeowners on Oakley Avenue for 20 years, since 2004. And the only thing I've seen in a change is it went from being labeled as a private street to now we have the green and white letters or whatever. Now it's your road. The only light on that road was put on by my wife and myself, so I mean, there's been nothing done whatsoever. The road is horrible. We've made community efforts to try to get people together for the funding, you know, to try to get the asphalt fixed. We've made efforts with filling holes. We're not professional road crews or whatever, so it's not working. So I'd like to get that addressed if we could. And the speed. It's a 1,200-foot road, you know, and you get people running down there at 35 miles an hour. And when I stop them and I ask them, you know, what's your problem? Residents, and they're like, oh, it's listed as 35 on Google. So that doesn't seem to be too fair to the homeowners there. You know, you got people running 35 miles an hour at 1,200 feet. So that's it. I just want to know what our, you know, if you guys got us on a project plan,
Right.
what the deal is, if we can get help and what it would look like.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Ranford, you got somebody to talk to? Yes, sir. Next person.
Karen Thompson. Karen Thompson. Jeannie Atkins.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Thank you for your meeting this morning. I'm Jeannie Akins, and I live at 12810 Kitten Trail in Hudson, and I'm in Jack's district. When my husband and I bought our property in 2000, we built our home in 2004 after we retired. Our home is on over an acre, and it's zoned AR with 1 residence per acre. At the time we purchased our property, in-law suites were allowed. Currently, we decided that we might want to put an in-law suite in the back, and we came down and spoke to the Planning and Zoning Commission and found out that they're no longer allowed, that it has to be attached to the house using the same air conditioning system. And what our plan is we wanted to put something in the back for ourselves so that my son and his family can move in our house, and we can now be in the in-law suite in the back. Kind of dovetailing into what everybody else is complaining about is about the price of homes, and elder care is just going up, and it's unaffordable and unacceptable for a lot of people. So my request, when I was speaking to the Planning Commission, they said, well, they're no longer allowed, but the commission is reconsidering them. So I'm here today to ask you to please reconsider allowing in-law suites at a reasonable size so that people can keep their family members close by. My mother lived with us for 9 years. I cared for my mother and my father for the last 12 years. My mother just recently passed away. She lived with us. It was fine, but it would have been really nice for her to have her own little cottage in the back so she could have felt like she retained a lot of her own independence rather than being right in with us. So that's my request, is that you please reconsider allowing on properties that have enough room so that the setbacks are still within code from all the neighbors, and have a separate living quarter for family members. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And we've been looking
It's
at
coming.
that issue.
Yeah.
So,
I
you.
should be here already, but it's not.
thank you.
Great, thank you.
Pastor Jen Kiernock.
Good morning, Jen Kerouac. So 15925 Green Glen Lane, Spring Hill, Florida. From the Shady Hills area, first I would like to thank Commissioner Yeager for putting forward the resolution as declaring September as National Recovery Month in Pasco. I appreciate that very much. That is a big part of the work that we do out in Shady Hills. I also came forward today, again, to advocate for a couple things. The first thing is I would like to invite each of the commissioners out to the Shady Hills area to see what exactly is going on there on Shady Hills Road with regards to the traffic. I had emailed each of you separately with regards to a situation that happened to me personally during the time of day when kids are being dropped off by their parents. Parents are bringing their kids to school, and I was actually ran off the road by 3 FHP vehicles that were accommodating an oversized load coming down Shady Hills Road, driving past all of those schools. And so just I would like for you to come out and see exactly what it is. You know, this was around 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm a very experienced driver. My husband might say otherwise, but I am a very experienced driver, and I was scared. So, you know, when we first started talking about the development in Shady Hills, this was the primary concern with regards to dump trucks and big oversized loads coming down Shady Hills Road and not having the availability to provide properly the transportation route for those oversized vehicles. So we would love for y'all to come out and just take a look. There's videos all over Facebook, on the Shady Hills, Florida site on Facebook. Take a look. Linda Farmer has, you know, videoed. I've sent videos before. We really would sincerely appreciate it, because I know that if I was a parent taking my child to school, just in that one moment, I would have been terrified, mainly for my kids' lives. And there are kids that are sitting on the side of the road waiting for their bus at that time as well. So, you know, inexperienced drivers could have come and honestly taken a child out. So I please ask you to come and take a look at that road and all the traffic that's happening there physically. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Reverend Mary Ann Kuzmand.
Good morning. Sorry I'm out of breath, I just got here. I'm Mary Ann Kuzmal, 18118 Porsche Place, Shady Hills, Florida. Who's in charge of the bridges that go over Suncoast? We have 3 or 4 of them that Shady Hills. One's off of Bowman. I recently went out to those bridges and walked around them. I recently found out that my son tried to kill himself on those bridges. I was able to go totally, here's the road, here's the bridge, here's the other side of the bridge that drops. I was able to go totally on the opposite side of that bridge. I also found out about 3 other teenagers that tried to kill themselves on that bridge. There's nothing on top of them. There's nothing on the side of them. I went to that bridge to tell the devil they didn't win. My son's in the Army right now. There are many young people who ride the Suncoast on their bicycles. They deal drugs on the Suncoast, they ride bicycles. There's people trafficking that go out there to the kids, and they're able to get to these bridges. So if there's anything that we can do, if we can get someone to go down there and take a look at the bridges, because so they're not so accessible, we're actually going to write signs and put them on the bridges of hope. Shady Hills, everybody's talking about what's going to happen with the law when they're not allowed to be out there in public. Our home was at Shady Hills, as you know, has already been disrupted. All the woods they used to sleep on are gone. Now they're hanging around certain areas, and they can't get to us because the bus doesn't come down to us. We recently, last night, dropped somebody off at the hotel. We're a tiny little church, but we're there at the forefront. We don't stop. I didn't get home until 12 o'clock last night waiting for a girl to get put into a hotel room. Think about the little guys when people write grants. Maybe we don't write a perfect grant. Thank you very much. I'm done,
Okay.
right? Is that my beep?
No, you have another minute.
No, you got 1 more minute.
We might not write the perfect grant, but we're doing the work. 2 weeks ago, we brought another girl in. She's in Jericho Homes. I've been there 10 years. Our success rate for just the church is possibly 9 to 10 people who are clean. Think about that. That's a church of more than 25 members. People have dropped them off so they stay at our gazebo. Baycare's dropped them off. Here, what are we supposed to do with them? We still take care of them. A couple of times we had to give them blankets and pillows and put them in lawn chairs. It was 30 degrees that night. That was 2 years ago. So next time a church writes a little grant and asks for help, it's because we've been doing the work for 10 years, not for our glory, for God's glory. 100%. It's for God's glory. Thank you for listening to me. God bless.
Okay. Thank you. Amber,
Lisa.
you have someone to speak to her about the bridge?
Well, that's DOT, but I have an idea.
Oh, it's a state road?
Suncoast Parkway.
Oh, we can talk to her then. Okay. Thank you.
Lisa Moretti.
Name and address for the record.
I'm surprised it's not on a barcode on my head. Lisa Moretti, 16331 Iola Woods Trail, that's Dade City. Candidate for county commissioner and a perennial thorn in your side, admittedly. I have 3 things I'd like to speak to you about this morning in public comment. 1, I would like to encourage you to take next year's schedule of meetings off the consent agenda. It's an election year. This is something that we've been talking about quite a bit on the election trail. You've been handed a recommendation from a court judge saying that you are out of compliance with meeting at 1:30 on Tuesdays. You should have at least one of those meetings occurring at 5 p.m. so that residents who work can be involved in the process. Now, I know the county attorney is going to tell me I'm full of it, but you did have a recommendation from a judge in a decided case, which you lost. I'd also like to bring to light that you've cut off access to Acela on the pre-app process for residents. That's been a lifeline for us to be able to actually get ahead of what's happening in development in this county. It seems like it was a cherry-picked idea. I think that there's a little bit of retribution in that decision, and it also is a public records violation. So I would hope that you would change your minds and open that back up for us. And third, I've been inundated with requests since I declared my candidacy, asking for people across the county for help on various issues because they haven't been able to get anyone to return their calls. And I think that it's really important that you listen to residents. 1, a simple case in point, kind of similar to what a young lady spoke to ahead of me. You get an email every day, every business day for over a year from Norm Carey over in our district. He works with feral cats. He's letting you know that the funds that are set aside for TNR are being used inappropriately. He's being told that to bring in a feral to be spayed or neutered, he has to make an appointment, and he can't get an appointment for about 3 weeks. Now, you figure the math on that with a feral cat. So, I know you probably want to write him off as just a guy that's a crazy cat guy with a grudge or something like that, but he's bringing to your attention a very significant problem, and I ask you to look beyond personalities and listen to what residents are telling you. So I would like to say, shouldn't you all be serving the people that bring you to the dance and pay part of your paycheck? It seems, especially with the Acela situation, that you're setting it up that you're just responding to developers because developers aren't happy that we know about the pre-app process when it happens. So again, looping back, I'd love to see you take that Acela back and put it where it was, where we can access it in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all we have signed up in advance.
Okay, does anyone in the audience wish to speak that did not sign up? Come forward. I got someone coming.
I thought Branford was coming forward for a second.
Yeah, Branford's busy. Leave Branford alone, he's busy. Yes, sir. Name and address for the record.
My name is Rhonda Weaver. Let me think. 15737 Green Glen Lane, Chitty Hills, Florida, 34610. I'm here about 3 things. I'm with Chitty Hills Mission Chapel. I'm also with Hope for the Children Ministries. I've been with them for almost 10 years now. We work with teenagers that are going through all the hard stuff and everything in this, but there are teenagers and young kids that go to Ellis Memorial Park, right there on the corner of Shady Hills and Green Glen Lane. They also have all the ball fields there. It takes 20 to 30 minutes to get out of that road sometimes. There's no light, there's no nothing. It's very dangerous because kids walk up and down that road from the school to go to the park and to go play ball, and there's no light there. It's very, very dangerous. And I'm asking that you guys look into maybe putting a light in there. it makes it easier for the traffic going in and out of there, and also maybe putting a sidewalk for the kids to go from Cruise Lake Middle up to that area where the park is at, because there is no sidewalks and it's very, very dangerous. Also, I lost a daughter to a drug overdose, and then later I lost my son-in-law to the drug overdose and left my granddaughter behind. People need help getting off drugs. Going to court and going to jail, it's only temporary fix. And when they send them and say they have to go to rehab, it costs money, and a lot of people don't have the insurance to go to the long-term facilities. I think that we should have a facility where people can go for at least 30 to 60 days, and not just 3 days and then say, okay, we'll put you on this drug to get you off that drug. It needs to be a long-term goal for these people, because they can't get off drugs without it. Just telling them they put them on Suboxone or they put them on something else, that's still another drug. They need to be in a facility where they can slowly wean off everything, because all you're doing is putting them back on the street and putting them on another drug. You're not really getting them off drugs. You're just putting them on another drug. So I think we should have some kind of facility for people that don't have insurance, can afford insurance, to get off drugs. My daughter went to rehab. 3 days is not enough. And like I said, all I did was put her on another drug to get her off a drug, and it's still a drug. And that's not what they need. They don't need drugs to get off drugs. They need long-term monitoring health care to get off the drugs. And that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, if you'll follow me for 1 second, I have something for you. Okay.
We also, going back, Karen Thompson. Thank you, that's all that's signed up.
Okay, anybody on WebEx?
And none on WebEx.
None on WebEx? Okay, this time we will close. I see a gentleman getting up. Okay. He's going the other way. So we'll close public comments, and then we'll move into, I believe we have our resolutions. First resolution.
Resolution by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, declaring September 15th, 2024 to October 15th, 2024 as Latin and Hispanic Heritage Month in Pasco County. Whereas in September of 1968, Congress authorized President Lyndon B. Johnson to designate September as National Hispanic Heritage Week. In 1988, the observance was expanded to a month-long celebration from September 15th until October 15th by then-President Ronald Reagan. And whereas the month-long celebration is dedicated to the culture, history, and contributions of Latin American and Hispanic countries, and includes festivals, art shows, conferences, and community gatherings throughout the United States, and whereas the celebration begins on September 15th to coincide with the National Independence Days of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. And whereas Hispanic and Latino Americans have made a lasting impact in Florida, both socially, culturally, and economically, including flying to space, being elected to public offices such as mayor, lieutenant governor, and Congress, becoming prominent singers, film stars, and athletes. And whereas there are approximately 6,127,506 Hispanic and Latino people living in Florida, and Hispanic and Latino Floridians are the second largest racial and ethnic group in the state, making up 28.7% of the population. And whereas Hispanic and Latino Floridians continue to contribute to the state's economy and labor and entrepreneurship. The Florida State Hispanic Chamber of Commerce estimates that more than 604,000 Hispanic-owned businesses across Florida that contribute to over $90 billion of Florida's economy each year. And whereas during Latin and Hispanic Heritage Month, we recognize the important presence and contributions of Hispanic and Latino Americans in Pasco County, and we celebrate their heritage and culture. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, that said board hereby declares September 15, 2024 to October 15th, 2024, as Latin and Hispanic Heritage Month in Pasco County, and calls upon public officials, educators, and citizens to observe Latin and Hispanic Heritage Month with the appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs. Done and resolved in regular session with a quorum present and voting the 17th day of September, 2024.
A motion? Full approval? I got a motion?
Second?
A second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Do we have anyone with a Hispanic group here today with us? Come on forward. We're wondering. I know we have plenty of Hispanic in Pasco County.
Pasco County,
Yes, great deal.
So I am not Hispanic, but I am here representing Pasco County Schools. And as you all know, our Hispanic and Latino demographic is growing tremendously in our county. And we certainly see it in our schools. And Pasco County Schools is working really, really hard to continue to engage and just support these families, especially in academics. And our board signed a proclamation at our last meeting recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month, and we took it upon ourselves to extend that support to the Board of County Commissioners. So we are very, very grateful to our honorable board and our Chairman Oakley for supporting this resolution and just continuing to show support for our Hispanic and Latino families. And this is a team of mine that I actually pulled from Hernando County, and they have been working with me to throw some events around our school district to just recognize our Hispanic families that are within our schools. We have a wonderful event in Dade City at R.B. Cox Elementary School on Saturday, October 5th from 2 to 6 p.m. It's a Hispanic Heritage Celebration, and it's our first in our school district, and there will be many more to come in the years ahead, and we're just grateful for your support.
Could we have your name for the record, sir?
Sorry, my name is Matthew Testoni.
Okay. Well, Matthew, we certainly appreciate all you're doing, and our Hispanic population in Pasco County is growing as we speak, because I think I heard a number of something like 70 to 100,000 folks from Hispanic background that are in Pasco County. They're very well known to be very hard workers and do great jobs at whatever they attempt to do for their living. So they do work very hard. I know that for a fact. So it's all good. Does anyone else want to speak besides Matthew? Or you good? Okay. If the board would come down, we'll take a picture.
Okay.
We haven't got the disco ball yet.
So is this full lighting for today? Hi.
All right, ready? 1, 2, and 3. One more.
Espera.
You're fine.
Like they're in the dark back there.
You were here last month, weren't you? We had to cut somewhere. Lights, I guess, was it.
We're gonna have flashlights here.
All right, let's move on to Resolution 2.
Resolution number 24-189, a resolution by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, declaring the month of October as Manufacturing Month and October 4, 2024 as Manufacturing Day in Pasco County. Whereas October is nationally recognized as Manufacturing Month and National Manufacturing Day is observed on the first Friday of October. Throughout the month, manufacturers across the county host students, teachers, parents, job seekers, and other local community members at open houses, plant tours, and presentations designed to showcase today's advanced manufacturing technology and high-wage career opportunities. And whereas during National Manufacturing Month and Manufacturing Day, we commit to strengthening and supporting the manufacturers and hardworking manufacturing employees of today, as well as manufacturers of the future. And whereas the priorities of Manufacturing Month are to change the perception of careers in manufacturing to reflect its true status as the most advanced high-tech industry in the country, reestablish the U.S. as the global leader of manufacturing education, advocate for education and job training policies that strengthen the U.S. manufacturing workforce, and inspire the next generation of manufacturers. And whereas Florida is taking steps to diversify its economy and strengthen its workforce by establishing a plan to invest in skills-based education to make Florida #1 in workforce education by 2030, so that companies can continue to draw from an outstanding pool of talent. And whereas Pasco County is fortunate to be home to many great manufacturing businesses, some of which are world leaders in their respective fields, the Bay Area Manufacturing Association and AmSkills, whose mission is transforming lives and strengthening communities through technical training and apprentices. And whereas, by working with educational institutions, the Board of County Commissioners and local manufacturers have and continue to work together to connect with future generations, build the next generation of skilled manufacturing employees, take charge of public image of manufacturing, and ensure the ongoing prosperity of the whole industry. And whereas Manufacturing Month and Manufacturing Day serve as opportunities to recognize all professionals, agencies, and organizations who bring value to Pasco County's manufacturing industry and economy. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, that said board hereby declares the month of October as Manufacturing Month and October 4th, 2024 as Manufacturing Day in Pasco County. Done and resolved in regular session with the quorum present and voting the 17th day of September, 2024.
Move to approve?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0. Ms. Starkey?
Well, good morning, and thank you for being here today. You know, this is a special day of the year for me when we lift up manufacturing, and it's so important to me and to many of us in America that we know how to make our own things. And I'm just so grateful that all this work by BAMA and others are being done to help our local manufacturers grow, and that we are attracting more and more manufacturers here to Pasco County. So I'm really grateful that you bring this to us and ask us to sponsor this, and I'd love to hear you, all three of you, speak this morning.
Good morning, and thank you. It is with great pride and gratitude that I accept the proclamation recognizing October as a Manufacturing Month in Pasco County. On the behalf of RJ Manufacturing, I want to express our thanks to Pasco County Board of Commissioners, the Bay Area Manufacturing Association, AmSkills, and all who played a significant role in recognition. Manufacturing is more than just a sector. It is the backbone of our community and the engine that drives our local economy. As a manufacturer based here in Pasco County, we are deeply honored to be part of the crucial industry, which continues to shape our future and provide countless opportunities for growth and development. Today, we celebrate Manufacturing Month. We also celebrate the remarkable individuals and teams who work to bring innovation and quality and excellence to the forefront of our industry. Our workplace embodies the spirit and dedication and craftsmanship that makes our products exceptional. Thank you once again for this honor and for your ongoing support in manufacturing in our community.
Sir, could we have your name for the record?
My name is Bobby Rawson,
In your company.
CEO of RJ Manufacturing.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you all. I'm Beth Gallick with the Bay Area Manufacturers Association, And as we step into Manufacturing Month, it's the perfect moment to reflect on the vital role that manufacturing plays in our economy and society. Manufacturing jobs contribute significantly to the local economy by creating employment opportunities. This is vital for reducing unemployment rates and supporting a stable job market. A strong manufacturing sector helps diversify the local economy, reducing resilience on any single industry, and providing a buffer against economic downturns. According to the Economic Policy Institute, for every 100 direct manufacturing jobs in the manufacture of durable goods, another 744 indirect jobs are created. And this annual celebration is not just about showcasing our industry's advancements and achievements, but it's also about fostering our next generation of innovators and skilled professionals. During the month of October, we schedule manufacturing tours for local students throughout manufacturing companies all throughout Pasco County. Overall, manufacturing jobs in Tampa Bay not only support individual career growth, but also contribute to the broader economic and community development, enhancing the city's overall prosperity and resilience. Thank you once again.
Mr. Amskills himself here.
Good morning. My name is Tom Adano, CEO of AM Skills. First, I want to thank you all again for your vision and for looking to help our manufacturers in this industry. A lot of people have no idea what manufacturing is or that they have these jobs right in their backyards. And they may be in one career and don't realize that they could actually increase their skills as well as their income through manufacturing. So AmSkills, of course, was created specifically to help our manufacturers in the Pasco County area. And, you know, we've got 21 adults right now going through a boot camp at our facility who will be interviewing in the next 2 weeks. So that program, so for adults, it's not just about our youth, but Manufacturing Month is geared to our youth, and I think that's critical that we show our youth the opportunities that they have for their future. And we do that as, you know, we are currently, which you may not be aware of, we are now offering technical training classes to homeschool kids. We have homeschool kids coming to our facility. We're working with charter schools, and we are working with our Pasco County school system. And we're happy to say we are about to expand from 1 high school to 3 high schools in Pasco County, where we will have a standardized curriculum across the program that kids can access, and that'll be starting next year. So we're very excited about it. And the last thing I just want to mention, on November 9th, we are having a community event at our facility because we want to, again, spread the word about manufacturing, get people to know about our facilities and how manufacturing can help them right here in our community. Thank you.
Explain what the community day party is a little more.
Just November 9th is from 9 to 2. We're having a community event. We are inviting other nonprofits, so we would like, it's meant to help bring other nonprofits together, as well as the community, to make them aware of the AmSkills Workforce Innovation Center that we have in Holiday.
And there'll be hands-on things kids
Lots
can
of
do.
hands-on, lots of fun stuff to do.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, Tom, I certainly appreciate each and every one of y'all do with your different groups. But Tom, you remember 8 years ago how quiet it was in the AmSkills world? So I do remember, and I remember and I appreciate all that Commissioner Starkey has been doing to help push you along and carry you with her in a lot of different places, a lot of places. I mean, you've come a long way, and it's doing great things for our county, so, and the Tampa Bay area. So, anyone else want to speak? All right.
Thank you.
Mariana?
Yes, this is an exciting resolution. Thank you, Commissioner Starkey. And Commissioner Starkey, you and I started on this project about 20 years ago when you were on the school board and I was a commissioner, and just trying to push this forward. And how you've elevated this has been phenomenal. And Tom, the leadership you've shown has been incredible. Bringing opportunities home is what we talk about. They said it was probably like 5 or 6 years ago at Regional Planning Council. They were saying it was like 32,000 jobs could be filled instantly if we had the training that was out there. So what you're doing is critical. Tom knows that, you know, I'm continually trying to get people to him. He keeps on telling me they're full. So I think we need to get more funding to him to train these people, because it's instant jobs. So what you're doing is phenomenal. It's incredible. At the EDC Awards, we had one of the award winners was worried about when he was going to come to Pasco County. He said, "Can you get me the employees I'm going to need that'll be trained?" And it was so cool to hear him say at the EDC Awards that you delivered what you said. You got me the workers I need to get them trained, to get them going. That's the type of thing we got to keep on doing. This is what's driving the economy. As you said, the target industries, you build the base for those first jobs. It's not those first jobs you're creating, it's all the other jobs that come behind it as well, and does solidify the economy. So thanks for helping us become either the number 2 or 3 county ranked as far as commercial development in the nation. So thank you for what you're doing.
All right, so let's take a picture with
Okay.
everybody. And
All right.
we also have a big dinner October 10th. It's the Bama, no, it's the Bay, who's?
It's the AM Skills and Bay Area Manufacturing.
Bama,
We're having
yeah.
a dinner at October, or no.
10th.
10th.
Yeah.
At our facility as well. So
Yeah.
you all are, of course, invited.
I'm getting out of the way. And we have one for you.
Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Just a couple. 2 more. 1, 2, and 3. 1 more. And perfect. Thank you.
All right.
All right, let's go on to the Res 3.
Resolution number 24188, a resolution by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, recognizing September as National Recovery Month in Pasco County, Florida. Whereas behavioral health is an essential part of overall wellness, and our community recognizes that with support, people can and do recover from substance use disorders and mental health challenges. And whereas National Recovery Month, which started in 1989, is celebrated each September, to increase awareness and understanding of mental health and substance use disorders, and to celebrate those who have found pathways to recovery. And whereas Pasco County is committed to supporting prevention, recovery, and the efforts of individuals and organizations dedicated to reducing the stigma associated with addiction and mental health disorders. And whereas Pasco County experienced over 1,100 overdoses last year, with 289 of those resulting in fatalities. And we resolve to recognize that people can and do recover when given the proper support, treatment, and resources. And whereas Pasco Alliance for Substance Abuse Prevention and the Hope Shot have partnered to establish a prevention and recovery resource center, aptly named the Always Center in Newport Richey, providing a critical hub for prevention education, recovery services, support, and community engagement. And whereas recovery is possible and attainable with the right support, including treatment, peer support, and a strong community network. We recognize the strength and perseverance of those in recovery, as well as their families, friends, and the professionals who support them. And whereas by supporting recovery, we can reduce the incidence of overdose, support healthier communities, and provide individuals with the tools they need to rebuild their lives, contributing to overall well-being in Pasco County. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, that the said board hereby recognizes September as National Recovery Month in Pasco County. Done and resolved in regular session with the quorum present and voting the 17th day of September, 2024.
Move to approve.
Second. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, guys. Or thank you, no.
Yeah.
Welcome to us. Thank you.
You're doing fine.
Proud here.
You are
I'm under
welcome.
the
We all do
press.
that. We all talk that kind of lingo, so we're good.
All right. So, good morning, Commissioners. I want to start by expressing our gratitude to the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners for proclaiming September as National Recovery Month in Pasco County and for passing a resolution in its honor. This important action is a powerful symbol of your commitment to supporting individuals and families impacted by substance misuse. As we all know, recovery is a journey, and we have community support, and we know community support is critical. It's estimated that more than 20 million Americans living in recovery from substance use disorder in Pasco County alone. Many individuals and families are working each day to overcome the challenges of addiction and find their path to wellness. This is why we work together to open the new Prevention and Recovery Resource Center, the Always Center in Pasco County. Your leadership in recognizing National Recovery Month sends a clear message to everyone in our community. Recovery is possible, and no one should have to walk this journey alone. Your support empowers organizations like Alliance for Healthy Communities and the Hope Shot to provide essential prevention and recovery resources that make a difference in the lives of so many. On behalf of the Alliance for Healthy Communities, ASAP's Coalition, the Hope Shot, and all our partners, thank you for standing with us in this effort to build a healthier, stronger, and more compassionate Pasco County. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Yeager?
Well, I am delighted to sponsor and recognize September's National Recovery Month. This is a time to celebrate the incredible progress made by those in recovery and to highlight the crucial importance of mental health and substance disorder treatment. I would like to commend ASAP and the Hope Shot for their collaboration in establishing a prevention and recovery center right here in Newport Richey, named the Always Center. I had the privilege of touring the center and witnessed firsthand the outstanding work they are doing. Their dedication and supporting individuals on their recovery journey is truly commendable and makes a significant difference in our community. Let's all take this opportunity to raise awareness and continue supporting efforts that contribute to mental health and recovery. Thank you for everything you guys do. You are much appreciated.
Thank you. We appreciate you,
Mariana?
and we welcome you to our Board of Directors. We're in the record, right?
Yeah. Mr. Mariano?
Good. I appreciate all your efforts. This opioid problem that we've had for years has been devastating to many, many families, touched all of us at some point or another. And it's not people's fault to get stopped in these things. When they were overprescribing and people get started on it, the Surgeon General said at one time at a NACO conference that it could take 5 days to get hooked on these things. That's how dangerous they are. So it helps people rebound is something that's critical. I was happy to get on to see the Hope Shot in the facility. I was very impressed with the enthusiasm. I got to see one of the folks that was in there that was looking for help as well, and it triggered me to actually call our personnel director. When you've got felonies, it's hard to get work again. And I think it's something that we need to go take a look at. And Barbara Hintzman actually says she's going to take a look at it to find out, okay, someone's got hooked on drugs, they got a record. Normally that shuts you out from getting work, but we can't do that. It's just too many people out there. So Barbara's looking at different ways to go look at it. You know, if you had felonies that involved cash, that would be one thing. But if it wasn't, they would try to work around it. So we're going to try to work in the county to try to bring those people in, even to our own fold, to work with us as county employees. And if we can help with the school board, maybe we can look at some of the folks to maybe get jobs as bus drivers that's so desperately needed. So there's going to be some things rocking around that we can try to work on, and we try to work with you to help you give that hope and give that success to our own citizens. So greatly appreciate all you're doing.
Thank you so much.
So I was able to tour the Hope Shot yesterday, and I gave one of the flyers you gave me to this woman right back here. Yeah, I was very impressed with what you're doing. It's certainly needed, sadly, in our community, and so I'm very grateful for all the work that you're doing, and I look forward to more collaboration with you guys.
Thank you all.
Ma'am, we didn't get your name for the record, I'm sorry.
I apologize. Missy Coyle, Coordinator for Alliance for Healthy Communities.
Okay. Seth, you want to say anything?
Well, I guess I'll just
Mike,
pile on the accolades, but more importantly, just to the folks and during public comment to Pastor Jen and your team, thank you for not giving up on people. Thank you for not giving up on our youth. And no matter what stage of life folks are in, it's incredibly important for so many different reasons. So thank you all for your drive and your passion to never give up on folks. And we're happy to be there and support where we can.
Thank you, and we certainly appreciate everything you do. And if we will, if you'll go down in front and have a picture with them, Ms. Yeager, and then the rest of us stand up here behind them. So, okay?
It's supposed to give you information.
And we invite the rest of you to come to the Always Center.
Yes.
If you haven't been, come, please.
Okay.
Do it more.
Yeah.
He just did. So you're not gonna break that.
Your mic's not working.
Stand up, Jeff. Some tall folks there.
All right, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. And we got it.
All right, thanks, guys.
But this isn't working. 100% this is not working.
All
I
right,
wonder if there's a filter I've
go
turned on.
to Res 4.
Resolution 24, CA 024-5166. A resolution by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, thanking the corporate sponsors and volunteers of the 2024 Scallop Fest in Pasco County. Whereas the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission extended the Pasco County scallop season to 40 days in 2024, and whereas in celebration of the extended season, staff worked with the Pasco County Parks and Recreation and Natural Resources, Florida Sports Coast, and West Pasco Sertoma to host a 4-weekend scallop fest with music, fun, and sun at Sunwest Park. And whereas the 2024 Pasco Scallop Fest took place at Sunwest Park in Hudson and spanned multiple weekends from July 19th to August 10th, 2024, every Friday and Saturday. And whereas the 2024 Pasco Scallop Fest featured live music, food trucks, and fireworks every Saturday night from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. The goals were to keep the event free to the general public, promote the scallop season, support local businesses, promote tourism, and, most importantly, promote important charities that serve the members of our community. And whereas scholarships for the event totaled $128,000, beverage and scallop plate sales totaled $11,682.92, $2,375 was paid for parking, and $30,000 was raised for our 3 sponsored charities. And whereas we greatly appreciate the following sponsors for their generosity in donating to the event, including our presenting sponsor, Advent Health, SunWest, Harbortown, BRW, HCA Florida Healthcare, RIPA Construction, ReWorld, formerly Cavanta, U.S. Water, Withlacoochee River Electric Cooperative, Waste Connections, Pasco EDC, Moss Construction, Patriotic Fireworks, Florida Sports Coast, Synergy Ad Specialists, Chairman Ronald E. Oakley, Commissioner Jack Mariano, and Commissioner Catherine Starkey. And whereas Chasing Talent Productions coordinated stage, sound, and lighting for the event and booked talented performers, including event MC Christopher John, Two Excited Duo, Trey Deasy, Bobby Frisk Band, Twisted Revolvers, Greg Billings and Stay Up Lates, Bob Hope Band, Bearded Brothers, Adam Stackpole Duo, Firefly, Shadowfax, Fire and Ice, Nasserie, the Nasserie Ben Elder Band, Beach Boys, the Hitmen, and the Embry Brothers. And whereas volunteers include members of West Pasco Sertoma, Steps to Recovery for Parking Assistance, Commissioner Mariano staff Sonia Walling and Colleen Weaver, Elaine Smith and others from libraries, and Christina Corden and others from Parks and Recreation. And whereas due to the success of the event, Pasco County can present checks for $10,000 to 3 charities: West Pasco Sertoma, Parks and Recreation Summer Camp Scholarships, and Steps to Recovery. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, the said board hereby thanks the corporate sponsors and volunteers of the 2024 Scallop Fest in Pasco County, done and resolved in regular session with a quorum present and voting the 17th day of September, 2024.
Move approval?
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0. Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners. Christina Cordone, Assistant Director, Parks, Recreation, and Natural Resources. As you can see, this event was a large cooperation between all the sponsors and all the volunteer agencies. So I would like to present Mr. Darrell from the West Pasco Sertoma. He'll speak a few words and hand us everyone a check.
Hello, Darrell Hewling. I'm president of West Pasco Sertoma. We're a small but growing community service group that was established in 1971 right here in Newport Richey, and for over 50 years we've done several events like this. So, and that's because over 30 years ago we helped start the Speech and Hearing Foundation, which started very small, providing health hearing help to the local community. But over the course of 30 years and through the leadership of Deborah Golinsky, which is here, her and her staff has really grown that foundation to be a statewide health and hearing services. So we're very proud of that, and we're very proud that we work hard to support their efforts. So on behalf of the club and on behalf of the foundation, we want to thank Commissioner Mariano for including us into his vision of Sun West and the Scallop Fest and everything that's involved with that, getting the community together for some good food, good music, and good times is always a good thing. And as a result, helping many charitable groups is only a plus. So thank you, Commissioner, for including us into all of that.
My pleasure. Mr. Chairman, if I could?
Yep.
I'd like to say this was something that, you know, I'll thank Mike Wells to get started with the scalloping season he got several years ago. I tried before that, couldn't get it done. So when he got it done as a boating captain, I think that really helped a lot with Fish and Wildlife to get that through. When we got the 37-day season a couple of years ago, that was great, but we got it so late, and I tried to do the Scallop Fest then, but I couldn't pull it together. This year, Fish and Wildlife, when they gave us 40, they gave it to us nice and early to go work on it. And I'm going to give a shout out because I was over at Safety Town, and while I was there, Advent Health was sponsoring an event for our firefighters and their families. And I got to go on stage before Ryan Quattlebaum from Advent Health. And I saw that they were a big sponsor with it. And I said to Ryan, I said, Ryan, before I get up there, I said, I want to do the Scallop Fest thing. I gave him a quick little 30 seconds talk about it. I said, I want to do this here, but I said, would you like me to be able to announce to these people that you're going to be able to sponsor all these kids, all these families to be able to go there for free?
No pressure.
No pressure. And Ryan goes, yeah, I would. So we did. And I tell you, you know, to help our firefighters, I wanted to go further with our first responders, deputies, et cetera, to go further. And so many times when you go to certain events that you can get to the event, but then it costs more money to go in, and you can't maybe not afford to go, et cetera. And I wanted to make this a tremendous tourism thing for the county because it is a great opportunity for us. So I wanted to try to make this free for everybody. And I'll tell you, all the sponsors that were listed down, starting with Advent Health, and when you get like 2 hospitals sponsoring, like HCA Bayonet Point, to come behind them to sponsor too, that tells you that you got something going on that people are grabbing onto. So everybody that contributed, greatly appreciated it. And I want to say, the way Sertoma was able to step in, and it was kind of funny, like it was a two-thing going, because I was thinking of Deborah first to go talk with her when I heard about Sertoma could do this type of thing, and then Christina mentioned Elaine Smith, so between the two together, reaching out to your phenomenal, phenomenal group, I tell you, West Pasco Sertoma. Thanks for having me there the other night. It was so awesome that, you know, you wanted to thank me, and I couldn't thank you enough. What you guys did, showing up every day, putting the hard labor in the hot sun, and just letting our sponsors feel so welcomed. I think we're going to go on with this event because every sponsor I've talked to wants to do this again. And I want to see this keep on going and let this really be a big event. And hopefully it's going to raise good money for the community, create good awareness and good economic development for us. Sonia, Colleen, you guys are incredible every step of the way. Whatever had to be done, I mean, now I had the edge with Colleen because I've seen her run big events with Green Building from many years ago, before I knew her in a previous life. And she did a phenomenal job there. So I knew she was up to the task. As stressful it gets trying to bring it all together with a tremendous, you know, Christina, you and your team, Keith, what you put together with Parks, Kathy, absolutely phenomenal. The cooperation. Those guys were just out there every day, whether it was helping Sertoma, helping the chefs get up for the scallops, whatever. The teamwork that went in, the cooperation, which is everybody just pulling together day after day and just hanging in there through the tough rains we would have here and there. I just can't tell you how awesome it was. Thanks.
Thank you, Jack.
If I could say a word just quickly.
Yes, sir.
I'm Harvey Reinhardt. I'm the Secretary Treasurer of West Pasco. And we have a fourth check because what we do with our fundraisers, whatever we give 75% of it to the foundation for the kids to hear.
Right.
So we'll be presenting that check to Deborah too.
Be good. Very good.
Is there a check? Is there a check?
Yes, we have like four checks to go. So,
No, the board, are the boards for?
What is that?
yeah, just go and read what the checks are for.
All right, I did make some large
Nice.
checks up too.
Yeah, that's good, no.
But we have a check for the Pasco Board of Commissioners that is for summer camp scholarships for $10,000.
Wow.
Awesome.
We have a check for Steps to Recovery for $10,000.
Wow.
Check to West Pasco for $10,000.
Sertoma.
7,500 of that's already spent.
For a good cause.
For a good cause for Sertoma Speech and Hearing Foundation of Florida.
Okay.
Anyone else want to?
Can we do this more often?
Well, when
I mean, it pays off if you do the right thing, so. But I appreciate everything y'all have done. I mean, you've really walked to the forefront and with Jack's pushing and all the scallop season and all. And I know you gotta get out and get scallops and be out in the open air and sunshine and all that. I tend to not do that so much, and I go by Publix and get my scallops. But I don't enjoy all those activities you share with a lot of people, and that's very much an active item in what you do, and a lot of people love being out there. So it means a lot to our West Coast and in Pasco County and our citizens here. Lisa?
So we love scalloping, and it was just really neat that, you know, it stinks that it was shut down for a little bit, but you guys totally adapted and adjust and got scallops from, where'd you get them from?
The Atlantic Coast.
Okay, the Atlantic Coast, and, well, I mean, I knew it
Do what you
wasn't
gotta
from
do.
here, right? So, right. So, and I look forward to going next year. So, it'll be great.
Yep.
And I want to say, great job to all of you. I mean.
Amazing.
Are you going to show pictures, or, I've seen some pictures, but I'm just so happy for the success of the park at SunWest. It's a great addition to the community, and I appreciate all of you stepping up, and I'm sure this is going to be annual, and it's just going to grow and just get better and better. So, great job. Congratulations.
Yep. Congratulations.
Sure. Well, pile them on. Fantastically huge congratulations to everybody. And thank you for all your hard work, and thank you for giving back.
There's the pictures up there. Awesome.
There we go.
Yeah. There it goes.
There it goes.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, wonderful. That was a lot of bands.
Very nice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and
Lot
that's
of
it.
people?
All the bands were, yeah, all the bands were awesome.
What kind of crowd did you have out there?
We had a nice little Starkey blueberry seltzer there, by the way.
Oh,
Everybody loved that.
Oh, great.
Right. All right, Jack, you want to go down and take a picture there, and we'll stand up here behind you. So. Tall folks, right?
Tamika, you can't stand in front of me. I'm just teasing.
We have some very tall citizens in the county.
Eating good.
Oh, yeah.
Can you see him? Can you see him? Well, I just want to make sure he's in, I want to make sure he's in the photo. All right.
Yeah. Get your head in between things, if you can.
All right, a couple here. 1, 2, and 3. Nobody move. One more. 2 more. 3 more.
All right. Congratulations, Adam. Thank you.
I don't know why these things aren't working.
Congratulations. Great job. Yes, sir.
Pasco Mapper's not working either.
What was the total? 37.5 is what they raised. 37,500 bucks.
Yeah, good job.
Pretty solid. 4 weekends.
Lisa, leave out. Let's go to the restroom.
Hey, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
So one of the gentlemen just walking by me just says, do you know how many kids you've just helped? So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you for all the push you put in it. So it really paid off. So
thank you
very much so. All right, that ends our resolutions for this morning. We move on to consent. I have a pull sheet. I have C9, pull and discuss, C11, pull and revise, C12, pull and revise, C13, pull and revise, C16, pull and revise, C29, pull and revise. Wait, I got another page here. C42, pull and revise. C58, pull and revise. AC 138, pull. And C57, withdraw. Is there any other items from the consent agenda that you wish to pull?
Seeing none, move approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve?
Second.
And a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye? Aye? How many ayes we get?
4.
Hmm?
4.
Well, I didn't hear 4, I only heard 2. Okay, motion passed 4-0. At this time, we'll start with C9.
C9, I think
Pull and
Anthony.
discuss.
I think Anthony Thomas and Mark Bellis are going to come up. This is a grant that it's got to be presented to the board as in a public way. And I just want to say that, Anthony, Mark, you guys are doing a phenomenal job. This grant, and I'm sure you're going to touch into it, would have cost a lot more money, but the way Anthony has set this thing up, saving us a whole bunch of money. And the way I call this the mapping, and Mike Carbell, you like this? I call it underwater topography. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yes, as Commissioner Mariano explained, this will be at no cost to the taxpayers of Pasco County. This initially would have been in the area between 2.7 and about $3 million, but we are getting it for $502,000. It's bathymetry that we will be doing to be filling in some vital information that we will have that'll definitely push forward into future what we can do along our coastline to strengthen, make our coastline a lot more resilient, a lot more sustainable with future projects with accurate data and bathymetry.
Now, just to say the least, our citizens are going to very much benefit from the decision we'll be able to make, and we can tell what the tide's going to do and how the levels of the flooding will be, so that we can move our citizens out ahead of time, and everything's about safety. So that's very good for what we're going to do here in the west side, is know about these hurricanes, know what level of water is possible to happen, and be able to make pre-arranged determination of where they go or if they need to go ahead of time. And it can't get any better than that. That's a great tool for helping our citizens on the west coast of Pasco County. So,
And providing real live-time data during a storm.
Right.
Will be provided with some of the things that this project will do will definitely help our emergency management department, and exactly what you said, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Yep. Very good.
So Mark, Mike, I want to thank you both for making sure you keep this superstar going. He's doing a great job for us. Move approval.
Thank you.
Second, very excited.
All right, got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sirs. Move on to C11, pull and revise.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Victorio Spitos, Planning Development Economic Growth. C11 is the 2024 interlocal agreement between Pasco County and the City of Dade City to address transportation capacity impacts and the establishment of joint projects. We're revising the agreement. In Section 3, there was a minor revision made to delete the requirement to hold impact fees in a separate account. And then in Exhibit A of that agreement, under the state-federal allocation for the Morningside Drive project, we added the $14 million in Exhibit A.
Okay.
Move to approve?
I got a motion
I'll second with discussion.
and a second with discussion.
So one of the things it does say on here is there's no funding required. So we're not bound by this, but there's like a agreement we're trying to move forward on. So this will be further discussed and brought things back.
Mr. Chairman, this agreement is designed to, there was legislation passed this session that our impact fees, if cities and counties had impact fees, we needed a joint agreement. This is beating the October 1st deadline for that legislation. So our impact fees will be used where we've been using our impact fees. Their impact fees will be used in the municipal limits, but these are the projects that we're
correcting that.
Okay.
So we don't have to go through the more onerous process that the state has put in place.
Okay.
Okay. All right, need a motion?
You have a motion and a second already.
Oh, that's right. Motion and second. I have, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Next one is C13, wait a minute, no, C12.
Mr. Chairman, Victorio Spitos again, Planning Development Economic Growth. This is a similar item to the previous one. This is the 2024 interlocal agreement between Pasco County and the City of Zephyr Hills to address transportation capacity impacts and the establishment of joint projects. Similarly, Section 3 was updated to delete the mandate or the requirement for holding impact fees in a separate impact fee account. And then that was in the agreement language. And then Exhibit A for joint projects, the city projects have been added to the list. So we have, for Pretty Pond Road and Wire Road, the city allocation of $1.5 million, Green Slope Drive and Doherty Road, the city allocation for $300,000, US 301 and Doherty Road, the city allocation for $900,000, Island Boulevard and Fort King Road, the city allocation for $900,000, County Road 54 and Wire Road, 12th Street, the city allocation for $300,000, US 301 and Geiger, the city allocation for $1 million, Fifth Avenue, State Road 54 in Court Street, the city allocation for $30,000. State Road 39 in Chansey, the city allocation for $1.3 million, and Copeland Drive and Chansey Road, the city allocation for $50,000. These are all various projects that are outlined on the sheet as well, on the Exhibit A.
Move approval?
Second.
Got a motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Move on to C13. Eric?
Good morning, Commissioners. C13 was pulled and revised to add a confidential document to the file. It's one of our technology vendors, so that has been done.
Move it to approve?
Second.
I got a motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
C16. Andrew Baxter.
Good morning, board members. Andrew Baxter, Facilities Management Director. C16, we originally put this in, and the language was asked to be revised to make it clear that this is an agreement and an exempt purchase. And so previously it only said exempt purchase. So with that change to add that language not only to the agenda title, but also the body of the agenda memo, we recommend approval.
Okay.
Move approval of the noted change?
Okay, got a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0. Move on to C29.
Good morning, Carrie Roberts, Purchasing Director. Item C29 is being pulled to revise a Scribner's error on the distribution list and also to add another name to the distribution.
Move approval of the noted change?
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0. Move on to C42.
Good morning, Commissioners. Panos Conces, Assistant Director for Transportation Engineering. Item C42 is for the design of a traffic signal at State Road 56 and La Juana Boulevard. Unfortunately, at the original packet, we had the wrong attachment for Exhibit A, which we corrected with the revised packet you have in front of you. So the revised packet has the correct Exhibit A.
Move approval of the new packet to it?
Second.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0. Thank you. C58.
Good morning, Keith Wiley,
Morning.
Director of Parks, Recreation, Natural Resources. The distribution section of the memo had to be revised to only reference one construction bond, not two.
Move to approve?
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0. C57.
C57, I'm sorry.
Is that you?
No.
That's Brian.
C57 was a withdrawal.
Oh, that's, excuse me, that's withdrawal. Yeah.
AC 138 is.
Yeah, okay.
This is a request from the clerk's office just to clarify the final recommendation that it'll be approved contingent upon clerk's review and execution following signature by the county surveyor. And
Which one is
record
that
the
on?
plat. That is on AC 138.
Oh, what's on that side? Okay. Oh, this is it? This one. Oh, skipped it? All right.
Move approval of AC 138.
Yep.
Second.
All right, I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. I skipped it somehow. Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Carvala has a walk-on that is a companion to the AC 138.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, sir. Yes, this item is memo number TED 240361. It is the recording of a plat with a performance guarantee for Two Rivers LLC. It's Two Rivers parcel F2 Phase 1, 230 lots on 88.575 acres south of State Road 56. West of Gall Boulevard. This is a plat action, and again, the same requirements would hold here that the clerk had mentioned. It is a companion item. We just got everything pulled together here at the last minute, and it was important to get this moved on.
Okay.
Just a clarification for the record, the handout indicates 360, but it's actually 361.
That is
as
correct.
Mr.
That is in
Feller
error. Thank you.
read.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Move approval.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0. Okay.
Thank you.
That concludes
Consent.
consent. We'll move on to. Get this right. Somebody's coming. Amy's coming, so.
Sure am.
All
Hi,
right.
Amy Farrell, Budget Director with Pasco County's Office of Management and Budget. So I'm here to present final adjustments on our fiscal year 25 budget. There were some minor adjustments and updates made to these slides this morning, so I am asking that you accept the revised version into record.
Okay.
Thank you, Gina.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to receive and file.
Thank
All those
you.
in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0.
All right, so today we're going to do a recap on our first public hearing. Then we're going to go over some fiscal year 25 budget highlights and just remind everyone of what's built into this budget as it stands. We'll review the tentative millage rates, and then the county administrator is going to give a recommendation based off the direction that the board gave during the first public hearing. And then we'll close out with the next steps. All right, so 2 weeks ago, we had our first public hearing on September 3rd, and the board adopted tentative millage rates and a budget. At that time, the Parks, Capital Maintenance, MSTU, it did not pass, so that is at 0 levies, and so that has been adjusted into the budget that's going to be presented before you. And board directed staff to provide scenarios for establishing the Roads Rehabilitation Services, MSTU, to include reduction to the general fund revenue, and so that's the recommendation that Mike will give you guys in a few minutes. All right, so budget highlights. So just to remind everyone, at the core of the budget, especially when we're looking at that general fund budget and we're talking about what those different components are, we just wanted to remind you that the biggest chunk of our budget before you is continuing to provide those essential premier services that our citizens have come to expect, right? So making sure that we're still able to provide those same levels of services tomorrow that everyone's gotten used to. We are prioritizing keeping the public safe. Different initiatives and expenses in the budget related to that are the sheriff operations, the jail expansion personnel. As we're expanding our jail operation, we are building up their staffing model so that way they can open. And we are growing our fire response capability. We're also maintaining a competitive compensation by going through a comp and class study this year for our team members. And we are streamlining development and expanding our infrastructure. And we're also looking to invest in our public road infrastructure the right way through the paving MSTU, replacing the old PVAS system. And then, of course, we wanted to make sure that everyone was aware we are trying to be very good stewards of our existing infrastructure by reinvesting back into those facilities. All right, so our rather large budget is made up of 4 key components. So we've got our operating budget, which is over half of it, right? So that's maintaining daily operations. We're looking to invest roughly $400 million into capital infrastructure. We've got roughly $45 million towards debt service. And then then the rest of it makes up our reserves. A big component of that is our restricted reserves in order to maintain things like bond covenants and operating should there be an event like a hurricane that stops operations, but we still need to keep moving, right? All right, so the revenue that we're looking at, so again, these are big, high-level groupings of our revenues by what we call function, which is type of revenue. So that big blue piece of the pie, that is our fund balance. The next largest slice is our ad valorem taxes. So that's our general taxes. That's our fire MSTU. And in there is the roads MSTU tax based off of the millage that was set in July and then reset at the first public hearing. When you go to the lighter grayish, almost blue, charges for service, that's the next biggest piece of the pie. That's for things like our water service, our solid waste service, things like that. So then if you flip it over and look at the expenses, again, at those big chunks of type of expenses, we've got culture recreation, that's our parks and libraries, human services, think a lot of what Kathy Pearson's group does in public services. Physical environment, so that's going to be your utility, your solid waste. Public safety, that includes the sheriff, that includes fire rescue, that includes corrections. The next bigger piece is general government. So in that lump, that's things like our IT infrastructure and maintenance, facilities management, our constitutional officers save for the sheriff is in that pie. And that also houses our unfunded state mandates that we talked about a little bit 2 weeks ago. All right, so let's drill in now a little bit to general fund. So that big blue piece and the yellow piece, those two pieces of the pie are what we need to continue to provide those high levels of service that our citizens have grown accustomed to, right? So the yellow, that speaks to the inflationary pressures that the general fund is feeling in terms of the costs of things being a bit more expensive. 4% are things that we're calling requirements. In that, we're looking at the expansion of the jail operations, adding the 4th shift for fire rescue. In there's that compensation study that we were talking about, also the union wage increases for the corrections officers and our fire team. That 5%, that's capital infrastructure, and then the 1% are things that we're calling enhancements. So think of those as like positions to increase levels of service or sometimes even maintain levels of service just to compete with the growth that we're seeing. All right, so another way to look at our general fund, public safety makes up 52% of the expenses coming out of the general fund. General government makes up roughly 20%, and again, that's our IT infrastructure and maintenance, facilities, constitutional officers, save the sheriff, and again, those unfunded state mandates. And then we did want to just remind the board and the public that we do have a list. These are some of those unfunded state mandates that we had talked about, and then there's also some investments that we're making at the board's discretion. All right, so we now do have all of our constitutional officer proposed budgets. We received the tax collectors last week, right on time with state statutes. And this is how they are shaking out. So you'll see that most of our constitutional officers are also impacted by inflation and things like that. Next year will be an off cycle for the supervisor of elections. So in true fashion, he does trim his budget on the off cycle, and we appreciate that. All right, so we had talked earlier about some of the investments that we're making into public safety. So specifically, here are some of the investments that we're making for the sheriff's budget. It does include 40 additional deputies, 20 to be funded by the sheriff's 40% of our tax increase, and then 20 to be matched from the board's contribution to his budget. We're also looking at some one-time expenditures for an armored SWAT vehicle, armored vans, some upgrades to their forensic unit, a pole barn to help house and keep the pieces of equipment, maintain some longevity, starting up gap insurance for his team, and then looking at remodeling, trying to find a solution for their currently temporary bathrooms at the gun range.
Can you go back? I need to see the new revised price on that bathroom.
So that did come down from 825 to 200,000.
Yeah. Still a lot of money.
No
That's all I'm saying.
So
Can almost build a house for that. So I don't get it.
My understanding is that part of the cost requirement has to do with getting connected to the sewer system.
For what? For one bathroom? Why can't we do the kind of bathroom, I'm sorry, that we did at Suncoast Park, the Suncoast Trail and Starkey Trail, where it's a environmentally conscious composting bathroom that's very nice. So I still want you to look at that.
Yeah, Commissioner, these are planning numbers at this point with no design other than just a user requirement. That was, the original budget was just based off of some concession numbers that we had. These are, again, they will be refined, and we understand that the board and the sheriff want a cost-effective solution out there, and that's what our facilities team will do.
I want to see the compare and contrast in the price of those two types of bathrooms. Thank you.
Engineering capital, to dig a little bit deeper, this shows you what we're looking to invest for capacity, for major maintenance, multimodal, pedestrian type things like sidewalks, safety intersections, and signals. All right, so these are the tentative millage rates that were set during the first public hearing. The only change from what got adopted in July is that Parks MSTU is set at 0 mils. And then just a reminder to everybody, from the jail projects debt 2019 and below, those are all of the general obligation millages. That way we can pay back the annual debt services associated with the referendum that passed in 2018. All right.
Thank you, Amy. At the public hearing, the board direction was, after the board had listened to the public comment, board direction, in my mind, was very, very clear on what we need to do. Last year, as we went through the budget process, we scrubbed a lot of budgets midsummer and to make sure that budgets were done efficiently. And I would say coming into this year, I think we've provided a lot more transparency, I think, than has ever been provided to the board to kind of walk hand in hand as we work to develop this budget, which I think has really kind of set the standard for where we wanted to go. And so, as Amy said, 90% of our budget is currently providing the premier level of service, stuff that we are already doing for our citizens. So when you really look at where do you make reductions, it becomes a very daunting challenge. But I was happy with our team. We went back, and I, again, had the team kind of look and see where is it that, looking at new expenditures, what can we, what's really must be done critically today, and more importantly, what can wait, and how do we realign this budget to make the challenge of what the public is feeling. So I'm pleased to recommend here a reduction in the general operating millage from 7.57 mils to 7.4292 mils. That reduction will result in a savings, and I want to walk you through how we got there. So if we pass a paving MSTU, those are dollars that would go to pave not only local roads, doing sidewalk work, as well as arterials and collectors, because it is roads for everyone. Our paving funds are typically funded. We take it from the tax increment financing district that the board has into the Transportation Trust Fund. We knew early on that there were going to be reductions in that if we passed a paving MSTU. So I was comfortable early on taking $2 million and pushing that towards public safety to hire additional deputies for the sheriff. And the sheriff reciprocated in return with his additional dollars to do another 10 deputies. Overall, of his 60 deputy ask, I think the board could be very, very proud of its investment in public safety with 40 new deputies out of those 60, which is unprecedented since I've been here in the county. But we looked even deeper into additional programs and what could we do on the public works side. And so there was about $3.5 million of additional recurring expenses that I feel that at this time Public Works can do without. Over time, as operations expand, if we need to consider it with additional expenses, then that's fine. But I think right now the time is to give that money back to the taxpayers. So we can take an additional 3.5 from that. Also, we looked at optimizing the timing of several hires for public safety, right? We are expanding at a rapid pace. We have a jail that is about to come online. We have new fire stations. However, the construction and the timing of new hires doesn't always align. And so when we took a very, very critical look, we already looked at it, and I felt we had optimized it the first time, but when we really took an additional critical look at it to see what the market environment is and what we think we realistically can bring in terms of hires, I felt comfortable making an additional $2 million reduction in general fund spending, with the understanding that while that's not cutting a recurring expense like the first one, it's deferring a recurring expense, but if, with growth, those things can become priorities and requirements in the future. So they will be future expenses, but I think today we can go ahead and afford to make those reductions. Furthermore, when you look at our new investments, and these are the enhancements and some of the capital items, and we are comfortable, coming off of that, perhaps down to that middle number, thank you, in the 0.4052, that would provide some additional relief over what was proposed. And again, would retire PVAS and make a serious dent into what is our road problem. So you would see more rejuvenation, roads getting repaired, sidewalks being repaired, and those things of those nature. So that would be our recommendation at this point, but it is the pleasure of the board, and I'll be quiet now and entertain questions and let the board discuss.
Okay, I'd like to say something about MSTU. It's on paving. I think of all the calls I get in my office, all the calls, most of those calls are about paving. And our PVAS system we've had in the past has been so terrible, the way it puts neighbors against neighbors, fighting on who wants to pay and who don't. And most of the time, all the PVASs in the 8 years I've been here, most of them fail. Only a few are passed that their neighbors and all agree on and get their roads paved. So something has to be done to do that. And PVAS is so bad about putting a neighbor against a neighbor that it's a terrible way to pave. And even in some areas that are very not as wealthy or poor areas of our communities, they need their roads paved too, but they don't need to go through a PVAS that really puts a lot of expense on them. And most of it ends up on their property because they end up not paying it. But the fact of it is, we need to get rid of PVAS and start somewhere in this area of paving roads for the future, because that's the big, you heard it today. And of course, we got flooding issues too, but we've worked on flooding issues for a long time, and we've corrected a lot, but there's still more to do in there. But roads that need paved, all over our county, no matter what district we talk about, is very, very important to the citizens. And I agree that nobody wants to pay, but we all have to pay something. I'm gonna pay more than most people on mine. But I was in tune with the fact, and I told Mike when he presented that to me, I had already come off the 0.5184 to the fact that I would be in agreement to 0.40 because it would reduce on a lot of citizens that are on fixed incomes. But instead of being that median price of a home of $160,000 over the county, it reduced from being like $85 a home to like $64 a home. That's the savings. And I think it's like, if you're close numbers, that's like $5 a month overall. And I think that helps all the citizens and will continue helping us all get the paving done that we need done for our citizens. We're trying to be a premier county. With all that we do, we need our roads better. And I have, y'all can laugh at me, but I have half of this county. I still want 50% of the paving. And the fact of it is, I have more of those bad roads in my area than others do, but also I realize that in Ms. Starkey's area and Lisa and Jack's areas, they have the same issues. And we would equally share in those paving throughout the year that's upcoming. And that even includes roads that are partially paved to them all being paved with this new system. So that's my thoughts. Anyone else? All right.
Well, we're at a 12 o'clock time
Mr.
certain,
Waitman?
so.
This is a little bit more important conversation, in my opinion, than the lunchtime meeting. Thank you, Chair Oakley. Yeah, preliminarily, I'm happy to land between the 0.4 and the 0.12 area as the day goes on. A point of clarification, with private roads, if you're not in the CDD and you live on a private road that's already paved and those folks are paying into it, would the county still be able to have those, I guess, county attorney question, a contract with the folks that live there to maintain their road since they're paying for it, or would that just strictly be with the CDDs? There's a couple of questions, and I couldn't answer the questions. So say you own a road, it's a private road, say, minor rural subdivision, so to speak, and it's paved down, and they're paying into the system. They're not a formal CDD, how we discussed if a CDD, for example, could, if their bonds are paid off, they could theoretically, gate their community because there's no longer a benefit to the public since the bond's paid, or potentially come into an agreement with the county and have a contract and maybe turn over that road for maintenance to the county. Would that same principle happen for all private roads or just formal governing bodies like CDDs?
So I don't believe you can expend public funds on private roads. What we had talked about in the past was that a CDD, being a governmental entity, could enter into an interlocal agreement with the county to take over the roads if both sides agreed to that. They would still be public roads whether they were in the CDD or would not be in the CDD. The folks who live on private roads are paying into the MSTU because it is not this MSTU covers roads that are not just those private access roads, but are roads that they would utilize outside their development.
Right, okay. That's what I thought. Thank you for the clarification.
You're saying, listening to our citizens, one of the things that we are hearing loudly is about sidewalks and kids having a safe way to get to school. And I'm with you guys, I'm somewhere in the middle as well, between the 19.4, I don't know if I'm comfortable around 6, maybe 6 to 8, but somewhere in there so we could help get that problem resolved as well. Because some of that money will go towards sidewalks, so.
Mr. Chairman, didn't we take the money for arterials and collectors and add it into this pile? So it's $6 million a year. I can't imagine you paving anything more than arterials and collectors.
Yeah, Public Works has a lane mile. I believe the original plan was somewhere around 140 lane miles of road, which would be a mixture of local roads, arterials, and collectors. Our current program at Branford is what, 3 to 5 million annually on.
There won't be anything left for local roads.
Yeah,
If
so
we're at 6
approximately
million a
5.
year.
So anything
Got it.
close to there would mean that we probably would not touch local roads. What we would do is, Public Works has a plan to spend a majority of the funds in terms of rejuvenation. So rejuvenating roads is much less expensive, and that's similar to changing the oil on your car, right? So it's cheaper preventative maintenance. However, there are still a number of roads that you see that require mill and overlays. We just approved microsurfacing contracts, which again, they're all progressively more expensive. So as I mentioned before, you have a $2 billion issue when it comes to roads and road paving estimated in the county. To maintain them, the level of funding will simply dictate how fast we get to them.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
We do have a 12 o'clock time certain. I agree this is all important discussion, but we can continue this discussion later on in our meeting this afternoon. I'd like to make a motion that we recess and start the 12 o'clock meeting. We have a lot of industry partners that are here and people online watching, so we need to really get moving.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get like one sentence in.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And as we talk about doing the roads better, I think that spray jet technology, I want to make sure that we do have a line item coming up for that, which I know staff can work on that, so the roads last longer and go better.
Right.
As far as the schools and the sidewalks of safety, I'm going to make my priorities coming up, some as far as doing those joint projects with the school board. So when we go to Tallahassee, we go together. And I think if we took 1 year to focus on that, it would be phenomenal. I do think, Mr. Starkey, you're right, we've got to be, and Commissioner Oakley as well, we've got to be up higher in that middle category to do something, because part of it's going to be paying off some of the difference. To help with that as well, as I suggested, I think at the last board meeting, I went to Regency Park Library yesterday, went through it just to kind of get the feel of what the improvements were. I think we can do a lot better than the 12 million. I would be happy to take 6 million of that project and put it right into the roads as well, because I think if we show people that we're getting these roads done, it's going to be a lot easier for the future for down the road.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. And just so you know that I know we're stepping into a lot of things that coming forward, and we are taking care of some sidewalks where there's been some gaps, and we're taking care of that in our process going forward, so.
Just one other
Yes.
last thing is that we also have to remember with our road conditions that our first responders can get to our.
All right, so we'll adjourn this meeting, and.
I think you just need to recess it, yeah.
Recess is maybe.
Oh, excuse me.
And if we could have
Recess this
maybe
meeting?
about 5 minutes to help them get prepped, that'll be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll do that, and if you're on a list or received an invitation for this lunch meeting, you can stay, but anyone that's not
It's
a
open
part
to
of
the
that?
public. This is a meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It's open to the public. You can't,
We don't have lunch for the other people.
I understand, but you can't exclude them.
Okay, all right. So we'll recess for a minute. But that's what it reads.
I know, but I went through this one.
As you know.
He's getting a cable.
You want a sunshine law violation? What's that? You want a sunshine law violation? You can't exclude people from the chamber.
That wasn't my direction. I'm not running the
Okay.
show. I'm a soldier here. I wasn't.
I had this discussion
I was
that
told
they
by-
said it had come from you when I took it off the.
The administration told me it was, they didn't want to spend a lot of money on sandwiches. I didn't do that.
Okay, sorry.
I mean, look,
I mean, what?
I'm not trying to exclude anybody.
Because I got media relations going, they can't do this, and I said, you're right, they can't do
Well,
this.
so what happened was, Catherine, like this guy, this was,
Yes.
she asked me to invite him. It was really her administration. I'm just a facilitator with the technical and paid for it.
I mean,
It's highly unusual. We should at least be recording and making available for people to observe.
Well, I think they're not gonna record?
Well, I hope they are. And that should be on YouTube.
Let me talk to Mike then, because I thought this had been resolved when we took it off, when we redid the agenda.
Well, the lunch got them off the rails.
But you still, you say.
No, I agree. I'm not arguing with you.
Okay. That sounds good.
Oh yeah, go straight. That'd be easier. May pop out and pop back in.
Yeah, there we go. It is mirroring now. It was.
That's the troublemaker. All right. I'll get it after. Oh yeah. Turkey's good. Thank you. I appreciate that. What's that?
No, it just keeps going on and then immediately going out. I'm wondering.
I'm very excited.
Sorry, I tried to push
No, I
them.
know.
But you gotta get on the mic and tell everyone to get in here and get going.
Yeah, I said hi to.
I mean, they should have told them to grab their lunch. Commissioners, grab your lunch and come back in. We're on a time, we got minimal time here. Yeah. If it's below 20 20 million, I'm not gonna vote for it. What good is 6 million? 6 million, you can't do anything. I will not vote for it. No, because, well, you won't have any money to pay if it's 6 million a year. So don't want 6 million. And you need to be ready to say what you can do with 6 million a year.
Well, 6 million, nothing.
Nothing.
6 million takes care of the FEMA. 6 million retires the FEMA.
Yeah, and then what? And then what do you pay?
And then nothing.
And then nothing. Not even collector or arterial road.
We'll have the money for collectors and everything.
He told me he took that money out of that one source and is putting it into that MSTU.
Yes.
So he'd have to put it back into the other source, and what's he gonna cut to put that back in?
Yeah.
That's your problem.
All right.
I'll try and articulate that as best I can. Ron, did you get your lunch?
Huh?
Did you get your lunch?
Yeah.
Do you want me to get it for you?
You can.
That's okay. I don't mind if that's public because 6 million kills their department.
Very good.
I want people to be able to get
I
their
like
roads.
that kind of service. David, you ready to start?
Yeah, I'm ready to start. I don't know where the other board members are.
Everyone knows they can get a lunch.
Well, if they were on the list, they can. If they weren't on the list, they can't. Because they only
Commissioner
order
Yeager just
for
came in.
certain people. Okay, time's of essence, though.
Good morning, or good afternoon, David Engel, Planning, Development, and Economic Growth Director. I am very happy today to introduce Joe Minicozy. He is the principal of Urban 3. Urban 3 is a advanced urban planning consultancy, and what they do is they actually use our data, and using a proprietary model, they three-dimensionally map the land use implications to our financial health. So I'm going to turn it over to Joe now, and I think you'll find the presentation provocative and informative.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm from Asheville, North Carolina. I don't know if y'all have been to Asheville.
I got a daughter in Flat Rock,
Oh,
right
sweet.
below Asheville.
All right, did you go to Asheville when it looked like this? This is Asheville from the 1990s. Asheville was the second largest city in North Carolina, and it fell flat on its face in the 1920s. And we essentially boarded up. This is a shot of Asheville from 1996. And our attitude was, we weren't a city, we're rural mountain people, we don't care about what our downtown is, this isn't what we want is a community. I ended up working for this real estate developer, his name is Julian Price. If you visited Asheville and gone to some of our restaurants or entertainment venues, we're responsible for a lot of those. So what we were doing was putting 25% of his wealth into starting businesses and 75% into starting fixing buildings. And it was real simple stuff. This was the old Asheville Hearts Hotel that we converted into apartments. Also started the Malaprops bookstore in the basement of it. What we were doing was essentially understanding how cities are operating, but trying to explain these to folks. What does it matter for you? What does it matter for everybody behind me, what you do here in your community? What does it matter for you all when you make budget decisions? You just had a great conversation about that, and a lot of things are linked to what we ask for as a community and what we have to pay for. Very similar for real estate development. And I raise that question to you because we're a $25 million real estate development company in the city of Asheville. So what does that mean to the citizens? And if you look up the word incorporate in the Oxford American Dictionary, it says to constitute a company, a city, or other organization as a legal corporation. So by law, for the city attorney, the city is incorporated, Pasco County is incorporated, the state of Florida is incorporated. And in fact, when Joe Biden was vice president, he said this on the Stephen Colbert Show, the United States is the largest corporation in the world. This is the way the American system of government operates. It's essentially a corporate government, a social corporation, if you will. It has to have a cash flow. So my city at $14 billion, that's the taxable value of Asheville, is 7 times the value of Ted Turner. Does Ted Turner just look at Facebook and make decisions? Does Ted Turner just listen to some random complaints and make a decision? Of course not. He's taking that feedback, but he's also looking at the data on what he can afford as a business, right? This is business and how you operate your community. So my city, the state, I don't know if you know this, the state made it illegal for my city to annex land, so those acres are all that we have. We're the only city in the state of North Carolina that can't annex land, by the way. Thank you, state of North Carolina. But that's how our state operates. So those widgets, those components of dirt are essentially all that we have. And we should look at it like a product. When you talk to farmers, farmers all talk in agricultural terms about economics of agriculture. So what's the crop yield per acre, the labor per acre, the water per acre, stuff like that. So this is a building that we rehabbed. Thank you, City of Asheville, for the street furniture. Somebody actually accused us of being subsidized because the city did the streetscape project, and we're like, all right, fair enough. We didn't pay for that, right? The garbage can, the bike rack, 2 benches, and the street tree. We put in retail at the ground floor, office at the second floor, and residential above that. So we took the taxable value from $300,000 to $11 million. So what the community got was $3,500. What's that?
Can you say that again? Just that sentence again.
Which one? But we put in retail, office, and residential and took the taxable value from $300,000 to $11 million.
Yeah.
That represents 3,500% more taxes on that property. That entity was there, that crop was there, we just fixed it, right? And in fixing it, we pay more taxes. So go out and buy 3,500% more garbage cans, we don't care. And again, this bias that people have about what revenue generation is and where it comes from, people would say to me, well, Joe, that's $11 million. We've got this Walmart that's $20 million. Fair enough, that's double the value, right? If you just look at that number, that's double the value. But we didn't realize that it took 34 acres of our farm to make that crop happen versus 0.2 acres of our building. So it's really apples and oranges if you're taking the gross value, right? So per acre, apples to apples, we're producing 100 times more property taxes, double the sales taxes, a lot more residents, obviously, and more jobs. Well, what I found in doing this math is that a lot of people take biases toward the math and they look at gross numbers without doing a comparative analytic to see apples to apples. Do y'all get that? This is just, if you stack them up side by side, which would you rather do? So you're getting more jobs, more residents, more revenue on less land. I want you to realize this isn't scary math here. This is basic middle school mathematics. So think of it this way. If I were to say, we've got these cars here, and I own this Ford pickup truck that gets 650 miles per tank, what would be your reaction if I said it gets 650 miles per tank? You know that sounds weird, right? We just say, oh, Joe, all tanks are different sizes. We don't do tanks, we do gallons. And you say miles per gallon, the numbers just changed. And we should all be driving BMW Asettas. Sorry to the Prius people, but BMWs are more, it's also a little bit more dangerous. If you have a head-on that thing, you're pretty much dead. But you know, the numbers show it's 70 miles per gallon. That's more efficient. So we do this for a $3 commodity. We should do this for a $1 million commodity, right? Understand what you've got. And by the way, Pasco County can't annex the next county over. That land is all you've got. So we've done this all across the country, 41 different states, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. And when you stack up the numbers, this is what you see. For every dollar of single-family tax somebody out in the county is paying to the county, their brother or sister in the prime city is paying about 5 times that to the same county. Here's the Walmart, there's the mall. This is a 2-story building, a 3-story building, and a 6-story building. So I'm not showing anything that's in the high-rise code here. This is all below high-rise. But it shows you, as you stack your stories and as you mix your uses, you build potency in your community. Or another lesson here is our great-grandparents used to build this stuff because it made economic sense. We've sort of gotten away from that without understanding the economic consequences. And when I first started doing this stuff about 10 years ago, people used to say to me, they're like, dude, what's your problem? Why do you hate Walmart? And that was the takeaway, that like, because I have Walmart on there, everybody's got one, right? Is the assessor here in the room?
I hope so. He's supposed to be here.
Okay.
Number 2 is here. Brent.
Okay. Well, I presented at the International Association of Assessing Officers Conference. I don't know if you all hang out with assessors on your daily basis, but it was probably the squarest conference I've ever been to. No offense, just a bunch of math nerds. They're super awesome. It makes a planning conference feel like Burning Man. But this guy got up at 8:30 in the morning and did this amazing presentation on how cheap Walmarts are. Let that wash over you for a second. I mean, I'm thinking this is incredibly brilliant. You've got 3,000 assessors in the room, and you prove you have a cheap building. Assessors are agnostic. If it's low value, it's low value. It's not their fault. This is how the system operates, right? So I thought that was smart. Now, as a former staff from a government, when I was a zoning administrator in West Palm Beach, I was sort of having a coronary because I was like, how is this guy getting away with it? Like, he's basically saying, I'm going to pay the lowest taxes in your community, and you're going to be okay with it, right? So I went up to the microphone, and I asked him, I said, Mr. Terrell, what's the useful life of one of your buildings? And he goes, 15, 20 years. We designed the building to depreciate it as fast as possible. We'll pay as little taxes as possible on the way out. We'll build another building to depreciate again. We start that cycle over. Again, don't hate the player, hate the game. But you better understand the game if you're going to play it, right? So is that good for you? For your corporation, is a 20-year commitment good for you? Make sure you're balancing that out, and if it is, great. But a 20-year commitment is the life cycle of a cat. We at least mourn the passing of a cat. This is a joke. It's okay to laugh. I'm a dog guy. I'm making this point because you have to think of the longevity of your corporation. So if you can't see what's going on in your corporation, if you can't see the money that's leaking out of your bucket, you don't know what to fix it or how to fix it. You know, as I was talking with your planning department, there's a presentation I did last year where I talk about, can you see finance? And I made a joke about how to see things. And I don't know if you know this about puffins, but you ever ask, how do puffins find sardines? Puffins find sardines because they can smell farts. And what puffins do is they're going after the sardines, and what the sardines are doing, they're eating krill. The krill are eating phytoplankton, and when krill eat phytoplankton, they off-gas or fart. And so a scientist figured out, well, I can map this, right? So this is the map of the ocean on the left, and on the right is when the phytoplankton are off-gassing. You can see with the map what's going on, right? That's what the puffins see, right? They can visualize that off-gassing, and that's when they show up and go after the sardines. So our attitude as a company is, if I can do that in science, can we scientifically map and model your community to see what's going on? The reason why I did this is back in my community, I've got 2 voters out in the county for every 1 voter in the city. And back in 2010, when our state stepped in and attacked our city, they actually took our water system away, they took our airport away, they threatened to liquidate our charter. But probably the most insulting thing was when our state representative called my city a cesspool of sin. And, I'm on the Downtown Association board, and we're like, really? Play your politics, but are you really going to do that with our community? So this is my county, 450 square miles. I've got non-taxable out here. This is Mount Mitchell. This is Mount Pisgah. If they don't pay me taxes, I don't care about it, right? Just to be crude. I've got green is low value, purple is high value. So up here in Big Ivy, you can see it's green, it's low value, but you look at this big purple splotch right there, that's the Biltmore Estate. The Biltmore Estate, that one house is worth $100 million. Y'all have a $100 million house in this town? No, of course not. And when the Cecils show up at our community, we all genuflect and thank them for their money. But a $100 million house is really an unfair way of looking at it because it's an 8,000 acre parcel with a 180,000 square foot house on it, right? 180,000 square foot house. That's like the biggest gas tank ever. And I know that because it's the biggest house. So rather than total value, let's look at value per acre. The map just changes, and I'll show it to you in 3D. Can y'all tell me where downtown Asheville is? It's that big purple mountain shooting off the map. So we showed this at our State of the Downtown address to our county friends and cousins, to our city peers, and we asked them, we said, well, that's fine that we're producing wealth for your community. How about a thank you card? How about a box of chocolates? We're more than happy to produce that wealth for our community. Just don't hate on us. Let's have better politics in our community. So on the right, you can also see our little cousin of Black Mountain. That's a little village of 13,000 people. Y'all can see where its downtown is right there, popping up off the map. So for my friends that live out there in Fairview, who think they pay a lot of taxes, they have no idea what we pay in county taxes in the downtown. So it's sort of on us to communicate that and share that with everybody so that we're all in this together. This community needs to survive together. Remember, I'm a shareholder of my county. So our attitude is to show this and not just talk about it. Visualize what's going on economically in your community. And I would also argue that most people don't understand or they misunderstand municipal economics. You all know this when you deal with conversations. I sat here through this meeting with folks asking for y'all to pay for their roads. So here's the question. Does their community and their neighborhood actually cover the cost of the road that they're sitting on? That's a really simple question. Do the math on it and see. This is, by the way, when I was working in Florida, this is a book that I found in a garage sale. This is an elementary school Florida textbook from 1959. It's called The City, the Town, and the Country. So you've got the city on the right, here's the town, and there's the country. You can see on the spine it says T, this is the teacher's guide. This is the 3rd grade textbook. So kindergarten, you learn about your house. 1st grade, the school. 2nd grade, the neighborhood. 3rd grade, you learn about regional planning. Did y'all do that? 1959. This was a class textbook here in Florida. In the book, this is for the teachers section. So for y'all are teachers, to talk to the citizens, the children in the class learning about all this stuff, you have to explain what's going on in a budget and how it operates. I love this. While patterns vary from state to state, counties are usually responsible for education, library, health, welfare, agriculture, conservation, etc. In studying the functions performed by your county, you will no doubt find there's a duplication of services and overlapping of jurisdictions and a lack of coordination between the county and the local communities within it. Do y'all have that problem? You actually have several of your city peers here to be part of this. You are coordinating, but in most places you don't do that. I remember when I was working in West Palm Beach, and the county told me, as we were working on downtown, that they're doing work for the county, not the city. And as somebody that's a county taxpayer, I was kind of floored that they would have that attitude in Palm Beach County against the city of West Palm Beach. But here's the lesson plan. It's one of those Dick and Jane kind of books. You can see the coloring, what's going on. It's painfully white, I'll say that. It's also a little bit misogynistic. The girls are shoved out in the hallway for some reason, but you see what's going on. There's a new school gets built. There's even more kids that go to school. So in blue right here, this is what you ask your 3rd graders. Give 4 good reasons for building a new school. And your kids talk about what? Infrastructure. We should have another desk. Equity. Everybody should have a desk and a space in the room. Maybe get another teacher. This is about how you build things, right? On the right-hand side, you read about Mr. Canfield. He lived next door to the Allens. He didn't want a new school. He said, our taxes are too high now. If we build a new school, we'll need more teachers and everything else. We'll have to pay still higher taxes. That is indeed true. When you buy stuff, it costs money, right? Can't just have everything we want here, folks. So in blue, this is what you ask your third graders. Why would some people be against paying higher taxes? Third graders used to have this conversation. We've gone to a place now where we've lost this ability to have a civic understanding of how things operate. We turn things into fights without understanding. Let's kind of have a rational discussion about this to understand what's happening. And I think the main point in this book that was my takeaway is this point here. Remember, too, that many children, whether urban and rural and regardless of region, are tragically limited in their knowledge of their world, and their world's largely the space in which they live and operate. People will talk about their neighborhood. There was a point about the paying for roads that are outside. The city attorney made, or the county attorney made this point, that even though you're in a private road situation, there's a public road system that gets you to your neighborhood. There isn't some catapult that shoots you there, right? You have to pay for that whole system. But people will only fret about their neighborhood, which is fine, but y'all have to think about this larger area and how it's all tied together. This is how the system works. So our work in Florida has experienced about, I want to say it's like 17 or 18 counties. The nearest one is Hillsborough that we worked on. I'll go through some of these things and some of our lessons. One of the lessons is the basics of city economics. Your state is different a little from most places. So when I say local property taxes or local revenue, I'm saying city and county combined. So for Zephyr Hills or Dade City and Pasco, the majority of your taxes come from property taxes. You have a little bit of sales taxes, and this blue stuff is state transfer or things like that. If you're on the right-hand side of this chart, like Louisiana, Arkansas, and Alabama, you generally don't want to be there, so think your blessings in Florida. Property tax is more of a control system that you can actually see the land use relationship between revenue and expense. When you have sales tax, what happens in a recession? Nobody's buying a boat, a TV, a car, so all of a sudden you can't afford your city. It's really tragic to see what happens in Arkansas and Alabama. So for Florida, you also have a couple of other weird quirks. You have a property cap through the Save Our Home and also the Save Our Homes Amendment. So commercial can grow up to 10% and then it hits its ceiling. Residential goes to 3% or CPI, which is ever lower of the two. Quick little confessional. This happened in 1992. I was living in Miami at the time. I actually voted for this. I was stupid. I shouldn't have done that. I was a renter. It didn't do anything to benefit me, right? Because a renter is going to be paying still at that commercial rate and not, I'm not a homeowner. But there's a quirk to this. So commercial is growing at 3 times that of residential. But this is a great chart from Brevard County. In blue, this is during the run-up to the recession. That's what's going on with the market value. So if you're a taxpayer, you're following the red down there. That's your assessed value. And it's kind of awesome that you're not paying what the market would bear on your house. That feels good as a property owner. That makes kind of a logical sense as a homeowner to be a little bit not taking the heat of a marketplace. That sounds good, but what happens in the recession, everything craters, and then the market takes back off again. But notice what happens with the assessed value. It can't climb as fast as the cost of things in the marketplace. So when you all have to pay for, or ask your county manager to pay for asphalt or concrete or a police car, is it following the blue line or the red line? It's following the blue line. But your revenues are restricted back to the red line. There's this weird perverse incentive in Florida that you actually have to add more people to be able to afford yourselves, because when you cap things, you put a lid on your pot for your revenue. That's the financial calculus that y'all are stuck with, every state, every county in the state. So the CPI in 2022 was 7%. Y'all remember we were talking about inflation? But your revenues were capped down to 3% because there's this lid that was placed there that it couldn't follow inflation. So there's good and bad that comes with policy decisions. Just understand the ramifications of those choices. So here's what's going on with your cap rate. It wasn't 7%, it was 3%. And meanwhile, this is the cost of asphalt from FDOT. it's averaging 5% growth over a 10-year window. If you look at just the Federal Reserve rate on asphalt from 2021 to 2022, asphalt went up 30%. So just talk to your engineering department and ask them, what does it cost for us to buy this stuff? And make sure that when your citizens ask for new roads and new pavement, they're aware of your costs are going through the roof. You can't put a control on this. There's no Save Our Homes amendment for the asphalt industry, right? You also have pretty crazy stuff. You have this agricultural tax loophole. I could rent a cow and put it on my property and get a tax break on it. This is Ocala, Florida. We went ahead and mapped their community. This is all their agriculture. And so we thought, well, okay, if you're renting cows and doing this in Ocala, you're essentially taking away the revenues that come in. Meanwhile, the city has to pay for the roads and the pipes and everything else that go by it. But, you know, we thought that those 3 parcels right there in the middle of their city, probably not farms. You know, so it's just, you have to understand the financial calculus of what the state policies do to take away. You have, y'all talked about unfunded mandates. There's also what your state does to take wealth away from you by its state policies, and this is one of them. But one of the interesting things about this map, if you look at the footprint of single-family physically versus multifamily versus their revenues. So single-family takes up 19% of the footprint of the place. It produces 33% of the revenue. So that's like let's call it a 1.5 gain in value. When you look at multifamily, it takes up 3%, yet produces 11% of the revenue. So what you find with multifamilies is it's 3 times the potency of its footprint, right? That's the economics of that land use and its production from a tax standpoint. This is just spatial analysis that we're doing here to show that land that you have is limited. This is another joke. This doesn't work for people under the age of 40, I know that, but I'm a nerd. The other thing that we find is, y'all know about new urbanism. We did a project in Walton County. Walton County has the sort of the archetypes of new urbanism in Rosemary Beach, Alice Beach, and Seaside. They were all designed by Dwani Plater-Zyberg. And you could see how they pop off like mountains here. Now remember, this coast all has the same frontage. It all touches the Gulf. It's all got the same water access, but you see that the land use changes the economic returns on that. So in Florida, you have this kind of edge condition. It's not just in Walton County. It's all across the whole state. That's the value of the water, basically. But here you can see Gulftown Place peaking out at 69 million an acre. This is what you'd expect to find on a Florida coast, a big condo tower with all the amenities at 85 million. And then this little 3-story building in Alice Beach is 158 million an acre. Now, I wouldn't pay that for that property, but that's what somebody did pay, and the value set on that property because of the context and environment that it's built in. That walkability adds value. To show you 3 properties side by side, just up between Alice Beach and Rosemary Beach, there's this kind of halfway done place called Seacrest Beach. So there it is, all the same stuff, all the same strip on 30A, all the same opportunity for wealth creation. This is averaging 8.4 million an acre. To show you the value of design, this is Alice Beach. It now bumps up to 12.7 million an acre. It's got a peak value of 158 versus 50. And then this is Seaside at 84 and Rosemary. Rosemary is 100 acres, and it's a $2 billion real estate development asset sitting there on 100 acres, which is a phenomenal production at 18.2 million an acre. So we just understanding the land use effect of design and placemaking. And I would argue that the reason why these 3 do better is because they're designed better, they have a commercial core that's walkable, they have a different form that produces value. So just to compare Rosemary Beach with its sister, which is literally the next parcel over, so 100 acres versus 100 acres. Inlet Beach pulls an average of 7 million an acre versus Rosemary at 18. In new urbanism, everybody jokes that this is, okay, Joe, this doesn't make sense because this is just wealthy, phenomenal, rich people on the coast. But looking at Seaside versus Sandestin, again, this is a conventional condo resort community versus Seaside, which is a walkable resort community. Again, both resorts. and just stacking them up side by side, the total value is more for Sandestin, but the value per acre, because it took 220 versus 70, is 1.6 versus, I'm sorry, you can do, I'm missing the slide here, sorry about that, let me skip ahead. You can do 5 seasides in Sandestin from a land area standpoint. So this isn't about being rich and famous to do this. I'll go away from the coast for a second to go to Nassau County. This is Amelia Island. Off the coast, there's the thing called Amelia Park that's in the middle of that strip there. So here's Amelia Park. It's a new urbanist development, 2.6 million an acre. And just going literally a quarter mile away to the Will Hardy neighborhood, again, 87 acres, only pulling 1.5 million. How you lay the land out has a direct effect on the value and consequences to it. Here they are in 3D. Also in Nassau County, we grabbed some stuff in toward 95, a development out in Callahan. Callahan is would be like Dade City for y'all. It's like out pretty far away. And then on Amelia Park, the new urbanist project. Here's the Nassauville stuff. There's the roads. It's got about 0.6 miles of roads to it. This is the road area, is a footprint. So the value per acre here is about 1.5 million. The average house value is about 500,000. So this is a more wealthy neighborhood, $500,000 houses. This is a less wealthy neighborhood. It's got about a quarter mile of street, and the houses here are about half that, about 260 in value. And then this is some housing in Amelia Park and the roads that it has. And again, all these places have roads and have value. This one's 540 in value and about 33,000 square feet of roads. Here they are stacked up with each other. So $460,000 houses, $260,000, and $540,000 houses. This is the average value per acre, 4.7 million, 1.7 million, and 1.5. So the low wealth neighborhood is actually more productive than the high wealth neighborhood. Does that all make sense? Y'all follow me there? It's just look at some basic stats on your properties to see what's the economic reality of what's happening there. So for each square foot of road in each community, the average home has about $6 in property value, $5 in property value, or $16 in property value. As you lay infrastructure, you should be asking the questions about the return on investment, or if you're going to be subsidizing something, make sure that you can afford that subsidy and write that down. Finally, outside of Florida, this is something that I thought would be very similar for what you all have to deal with Tampa Bay. This is a community, a county outside of Atlanta. It's called Fayette County. It's southwest of Atlanta. Dan Cathy, the owner of Chick-fil-A, basically built a town. So this is the 2019 model that we did. Here's the start of his town that he's building. It's in the city of Fayetteville, and Fayetteville has encouraged that growth and worked with Dan to build this plan here. So that was 2019. We went back out in 2024, and here's the layout of the plan. It's got a little main street here. It's got some higher density houses, some townhouses mixed in, a lot of mix of uses of single family over here, some multifamily, Main Street. Across the street here is Marvel Studios, where they do all of the Avenger movies, and they're doing this next phase over here. This is on the right is some example of the housing stock that they're doing, averaging, these little guys are averaging 9 million an acre, which is kind of crazy. 13, 14 million for these duplexes, townhomes. So just a kind of a windshield survey of those communities. And here's the Main Street stuff. What's important here is it's all integrated. So the rising tide raises all boats when it's all connected. So here it was in 2019. Here it is in 2024. It's shooting off the map. Now remember, the county is yielding revenue off this too. It's not just the city that's getting this, but the city's getting, well, if the rising tide raises all boats, if you will. Here's Peachtree Village. One of what was perceived as a valuable property is only about 900,000 versus these townhouses at 4.3 million. Twisted Taco's killing it at 7. And then Dan's projects peaking out at 21 million an acre. So just to compare and contrast them, Fayette County's total value was 15 billion back then. It's now 23 billion, and a great majority of that is the wealth that Dan's generating, and that new mountain that he's building there. As y'all grow, think of opportunities for growing new places that add wealth like this. So you're not just doing this kind of like rash of development that they have over here by the highway, where you're getting a lot of growth, but not a lot of value density. Does that make sense? There's a lot of horizontal infrastructure there. So Dan's project's gone from $48 million of total value to $362 million. And so he's far outpaced all of Fayette County in growth over that period by a factor of 6, let's say, or 5, and every other typology of subdevelopment inside the county as well, even including Fayetteville, the city. So this is the growth as they've gone from 2019 to 2024, and is projected, once he adds this other phase, he's going to be close to $1 billion of growth there. Another stat to give yourselves is what's the footprint to financial potency. This is something we do with every community. So the footprint of Trilith barely showed up, it wasn't less than 1% of the county's area, but it produced 0.3, let's call it 0.3% of value. That's a 1-to-1 ratio of physical footprint to financial footprint. They've grown that to 1-to-6. A typical downtown, you want it to be a 1-to-6 ratio of physical footprint to financial footprint for the city. And then this is where they're headed. Now, this is for the entire village, is going to be a 1-to-14. This is phenomenally productive for the community. And the county's going to benefit too, because the county's not in there building the streets or paving the sidewalks for Trilith. That's all being handled by the city of Fayetteville and Dan's development. So just to compare it, we're just like, let's grab Peachtree City, since everybody thinks it's awesome. It's $8.2 billion in total value. You can do this many triliths, about 26 triliths in there, on that same footprint. And if they did, I know this is kind of just sort of a joke cartoon, but we just want to stretch people's minds. These are choices that you have and you develop your community. They could have had 12.8 billion on that same land use. And this isn't to say that everybody should go live in that village or everybody should live in a townhouse, but you have to provide that opportunity in your community, and the market is there to do that. Oh, by the way, even with this, we included the 3,600 acres of parks that Trilith has, the 7,000 acres of studio space. Think of the employment numbers there. Now, you can't have 7,000 acres of Marvel Studios, but just, again, as an exercise, he's got jobs there too. That's this low green pad right there. So the story here is build more towns. Dan loved this joke, by the way. Let me kind of skip ahead here. Back to Florida examples. I did a presentation about this. This is Gainesville. And one of the things that Gainesville has done as a diagram, or I should say Alachua County, is you can start to see where they're shifting the control of land, where they're trying to keep agricultural preserve areas as well as open space preserves. On the east side of Gainesville is heavily restricted because of the wetlands. And on the west side, they're trying to keep control of having an agricultural belt around the city. Now, the city has spilled out a little bit over here into some sprawl, but they have this kind of like satellites of villages around the main star of Gainesville. This is maybe something to think about as you look at your county writ large. What are the towns and villages, and what are their shapes? If you look at Micanopy, I can never pronounce Micanopy, or Hawthorne, you can see their little main streets popping up. So inside of those communities, they should have their own shape. The shape of Gainesville is probably a good example. You have downtown, and they've basically grown their downtown to the university. Here's the University of Florida. That's the only fraternity that was kicked off campus right there. They should perhaps do more of them. But it's a joke. This is their economic generator, and they're growing to it, and also using that opportunity to grow their own wealth, which actually subsidizes their neighborhoods on the north that are low wealth generation. And that's just the reality of how they operate. South Florida, we all know what that looks like. I went to school at University of Miami. It's changed a lot since I've lived there, but you can see pretty much what you'd expect. A lot of value on the water, and then it just flattens out like a shag carpet and just spreads out and wastes all that land. Broward County could have learned from Dade County, and they put their faces flat in the sand when I was going to school in the 80s, And look what they got. Same damn model. All coastal value, nothing going on back there past 95. What's phenomenal to me is there are 24 cities west of I-95. Can you see where any of them start or end? No. This is the paradigm of Florida development, which is, let's just draw a line and we got green stuff on one side and people on yards on the other. This does not work when you add it all up from a long-term model standpoint. It may work from like a sugar high where it's an immediate return, but this is how you build sprawl and stuff that basically just doesn't work from a transportation standpoint. It also doesn't work from an open space and a nature standpoint. On the left is Dade County, and on the right is Broward County. Just as a comparison, here's Coral Gables. And Coral Gables is 50,000 people. It's got a density of 4,000 people per square mile. So that's just some stats on Coral Gables. This is Davie, Florida, which is in Broward County. Did y'all know Davie is bigger than Coral Gables by 2? It's 110,000 people, and it's almost as dense, or actually, yeah, it's almost as dense as Coral Gables. Just looking at those stats was mind-blowing to me. I would have never thought Davie was bigger and denser and as dense as Coral Gables, but look at the economic model. Where's downtown Davie in that model? Where's the purple spikes? Where's the red stuff? It's built no economic potency. So they've done all that development. They've got no revenue to pay for that long-term effect. Even worse, just across 395 or 595, this is Plantation. Plantation is 92,000 people, and it's actually way more dense than Coral Gables at 4,000 people per square mile. And again, ask yourself the question, look at those models, where's downtown Plantation in that model? So the shape of the city, financially, you can see it in the models. You can tell where downtown Coral Gables is compared to what's going on in this kind of conventional sprawl here. So this is how Coral Gables laid itself out back when they were orange groves in the 1920s. You can see the grid, you can see the pattern, you can also tell where they're starting to build their downtown over here, and this is what Plantation looks like. If you're not asking questions of development patterns, the developers will build what they think is right for the community. They're not going to build what you need for long-term effects. So another example, this is my downtown of Asheville, side by side with Pompano Beach's downtown. Y'all don't have to have a master's degree in urban design to tell the difference in the architecture of these two places. Look what we've built in the 1920s versus what Pompano Beach built post-World War II. And they're actually bigger than us at 112,000 people versus Asheville at 95,000, and they're double our density. Would you have thought Pompano Beach, Florida is double the density of Asheville? It is, or 1.5 times, let's say. So this is a lesson that I have for all Florida communities. Learn from South Florida. I wouldn't say, South Florida is full of a lot of bad examples of what not to do in your community, but if you don't set up policy to avoid that stuff, what makes you any different? And the reason why I bring this lesson forward to you is, let me kind of jump ahead here. We did Hillsborough, and it's kind of comical that on the West Coast, they're like, well, we're just not them. I did a project in Collier County, and I said to them, I'm like, y'all look like Broward County in 1980, and they were offended. And I was like, no, you are. Like, get in a bus, don't listen to me, just get in a bus, go drive over to Broward County and talk to their county commissioners. But how is this any different? This is Collier County. Look at all that development out there. This whole rash out here is called Golden Gate Estates. That stuff will never pay for the amount of infrastructure that's out there. And this stuff is just barely more productive than farms. Now, an ear of corn or a strawberry doesn't call the police. A neighborhood does. So once you build those subdivisions, you're going to get all of the services that are commensurate with that development. There's an expectation from a community that you will provide services, but can they afford it? This is Hillsborough County. So this is Tampa. We're doing a project down in Waimama, which is down here, and working with the county about what to do with the exurbs. The most potent building is the Bank of America building. The most potent building in Plant City is Crazy Cup, killing it at $24 million an acre. I thought that was hilarious. A 2-story building is crushing it, and it is. There it is, popping up. And then Waimama's trying to build its downtown. So looking from the west eastward, to Waimama, Brandon, and Plant City. These are just the economic productivities of these places. Now, again, Waimama is mostly agriculture. They're trying to thicken up in here. Plant City is a more of a traditional city. You can tell where its downtown is versus its suburbs. Look at what happened in Brandon. Brandon developed 88,000 people out there as a census tract and is still not a town. It's not a city, it's not a place. It's 88,000 people. This is almost as big as Asheville. Plant City is half the size at 40,000. You can tell where its downtown is. So this is a lesson that Hillsborough County didn't do. They didn't work with Brandon to build up its places. The most potent building in Brandon is the extra space storage place at $6 million, and a townhouse in Waimama is the most potent. But Waimama is trying to change their trajectory. If we think of the profile that you see a horizontal part of a city and you see a mountain that pops up that you should have in any community as your downtown or core, what if Brandon had a core? What would it need to get to versus Waimama? And just, there's what Waimama needs to get. Here's what Brandon should have from a core standpoint. So they way underperformed in their development pattern. From somebody that worked in real estate development, if you don't ask me to do something or if you don't provide a financial incentive for me to do something, I'm going to find the financial incentives that take advantage of my wealth and may take away from your wealth. Does that make sense? I'll underdevelop and then leave you with the bill for all the roads and streets. And it's, again, don't hate the player, hate the game. This is the game that I have to perform as a real estate developer. So finally, one last example is Ocala. You have all of this development going on. It was kind of wild to just drive around Marion County and just see all these horse farms flip to subdivisions. And it was like they're trying to do work in Ocala, but they're basically competing against Ocala with all these subdivisions. So you have all of this new stuff rashing around. This is part of the villages down here. But what was crazy to me is they kept on saying they're the land area of Rhode Island, and they only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 towns inside their area. Here's Marion County, here's Rhode Island at the same scale. Could you imagine going, they're about half the population of Rhode Island, and they only have 5 cities and towns. Rhode Island has 40 cities and towns. We tend to allow growth in Florida without ever thinking about what we're building. You have census tracts that are bigger than your biggest city in your county. So does that census tract, Land O'Lakes, 32,000 people, Zephyr Hills is only 17,000. Does Land O'Lakes have the ingredients to make place? Does it have its own community centers and commercial areas where people can walk? Does it have neighborhood restaurants? Are you doing this stuff and learning from Zephyr Hills or NPR that you can translate those same ingredients into those places? And that's a conversation to have that they should be having there as well. So what's going on now is there's all of this rash going on out here, and this is the best that it's ever going to do, is when it's new, and then it's going to get calcified into that long-term reduction once the Save Our Homes and everything else starts to kick in. Once people's portability starts coming over to Ocala, they're going to start to suffer. That's the revenue side. I'm going to close with some cost side. We did work in Springfield, Missouri. This is one of their local billionaires. His name is Jack Stack. He wrote a great book called The Great Game of Business. He's super awesome. And I love this quote. This is what he says about private business. A business should be run like an aquarium where everybody can see what's going on, what's going in, what's moving around, and what's coming out. Government should be the same way. Transparently, we need to see what's going on. So this is the revenue in Missouri. This is, again, a high sales tax place. So the community is run mostly off sales tax, a little bit of property tax. So we stack the property tax on top of the sales tax. This is the Bass Pro Shops World Headquarters right there. Killing it from a sales tax standpoint. And there's its property tax. But check out their downtown. Doing way better. They actually have a second downtown. So both their downtowns are crushing the Bass Pro Shops. Let the data tell you what's going on in your community. So here's the revenue stack of stacking it all up. This is the revenue side. We did their costing model. Is the finance officer in here? One of the little quirks in finance.
They may be watching online
Okay,
if they're not
cool.
sitting in here, because he knows.
Okay. Finance officers, by their municipal standards, list roads and pipes as assets. When I talk with finance officers, I show them my computer. I've got a van at my office or my office itself. Those are assets to my business, the building, the van, and the computer. I can sell you the building, the van, and the computer. Can Pasco County pick up its roads and sell them to Hillsborough? No, that's a liability, it's not an asset, right? You should look at it financially differently. So when we look at people's roads, what we're doing is we're looking at when they went down. So these are all the roads in Springfield, Missouri. And look at all the roads they built in the 1970s. Well, guess what? Those have a useful life. They have a life of about 50 years. Every 10 years or so, you're going to be doing a remilling, any kind of resurfacing. There's new technologies that come in, but generally, you're going to have to fix that road in a big scale 50 years out. So that's when the first rebuild comes due. So this is what you have to look forward to in the future. This is the second wave, and this is the third wave, and they're sitting right here right now. We're not adding any more roads to their system. We're like, this is what you're dealing with. This future wave is going to be a problem. Roads last forever. You know, their liability is forever. They don't last forever. So this is the road liability and pipes, government expenses, basically their general physical plant shoved into the ground, and their revenue sitting on top of it. If you turn it sideways like it's a boat floating in the lake, this is the revenue coming out of the ground, and this is the cost for that neighborhood or that area. So if you net, in any business, you're going to do this. They've got $446 million of revenue against $497 million of costs. Right there, that's telling you they're upside down financially. That's a deficit. So this is their net position with their net deficit. So you're going to have some winners, some stuff that's producing, and they have a thin layer of subsidy across the bottom of the model. This is the top view of the model. So again, when you have, in their case, a model that's built off of sales tax, it's going to be the sales tax stuff that's going to float the whole city. So 20% of the land use is covering 80% of the subsidy. This is the bottom view of the model. And again, we have these same models for property tax-based places. We did one for Waimama. It's just as you stretch people out, it becomes more expensive. And this is, I call it the Brady Bunch slide, but basically residential, low density, medium density, high density, mixed use, or commercial and mixed use, low density, medium density, high density. And these are the net sticker prices of each of those. So because residential is so low taxed in their community, it's subsidized the most because it's just not selling anything. On the flip side, it gets cheaper with the density that goes up because you just get less infrastructure. When you do this for property tax places, it's the same thing. We always see that top row as a negative. I want you to realize this isn't rocket science that we're doing here. This is just academic, or not even academic, it's just basic math principles. But we're up against politics. We're up against people that say, well, Joe, that's great, I want low density. You know, just most of us have grown up in single-family houses. Most of us live in single-family houses. We were sold something that we thought works, and no one did the math on it. And it's tantamount to me saying, I want to be 6 foot tall and have a full head of hair. I think you all should pay for it. You know, it's like you can't afford it. Not when you do it at scale. So there's old math, actually, it goes back to, did y'all know the Nixon administration published on all of this stuff? So this was discovered in the 1960s, and the Nixon administration, true conservative, said, you know what, we're just going to give people the damn math. And they produced this document called The Cost of Sprawl in 1973. It's a 6-volume series on all the economics of this. We're just doing it with new technology. So let me just jump ahead. I know we're at time.
Are we?
We're at 47 minutes. Do you want me to keep going?
David, are we at time? Do we go to 1:30 or?
45-minute presentation with 15-minute Q&A.
Well, you still have another 10 minutes and then
Okay.
we'll.
Let me just show you something. We find weird stuff in the system. This is Cheyenne, Wyoming. This is just land value per acre. There's no buildings in this picture. So just land value per acre, how it's valued. If you look up here in the upper left, this is how you'd expect the world to operate. Everybody's dirt is the same value. But we do these because we want to see what's going on over here. This is telling us either the assessor made a mistake, there's bad math in the CAMA model, somebody had a bad day, I don't know. But that shouldn't be that discolored. But when I was presenting, I said, what's going on here where this is $15,000 an acre under the dirt under the mall? And when you cross the street in the same zoning district, it doubles to $40,000. And I'm standing in the room, it's like 8 o'clock in the morning, we're in the library, and the assessor raises her hand and just yells out, she goes, you don't understand. And I'm like, what am I missing here? And she goes, well, they have more land. The more land you have, the less people that can afford a large tract of land, so we have to give it a discount because there's less people in the market that can afford that.
sorry.
That was the mayor's reaction. The mayor starts laughing, and I'm like, wait, hold on a second. If it's bigger, it's cheaper for me? Like, does that work that way with other limited commodities? If I get a bigger diamond, is it cheaper? And she goes, well, no, that's our standard. I'm like, where did this standard come from? She goes, I don't know. I'm like, well, what about this fella's got 3 miles of streets around the property versus this fella's only got 200 feet? She goes, we don't count the infrastructure as part of the valuation. That's not our standard. And it just kind of dawned on me, like, why would you build an economic system without, like, when Apple sold me this phone, I had to pay for the metal, the glass. I knew that I was paying for it. Why would we set up a government system that had this kind of disconnect? It just seems kind of weird to me. So the reason why I was at the assessors conference was to ask them, by the way, their magazine is called Fair and Equitable. And I asked them, how is it fair and how is it equitable to have this system in place? To their credit, they're like, it's not. I'm like, where did this standard come from? Did Moses deliver this to you? Like, is this how it came to you? And by the way, this joke killed them at the assessors conference. And I'm not making this up. They said, you need to find Larry. Larry would know. So I tracked down Larry, and I'm walking him through all of this stuff. And he goes, well, it probably has something to do with agricultural purposes, but now that you point this out, it doesn't make any sense. It's not fair and equitable. It's just going to take a while to get through the system, but we probably need to change it.
Oh.
How many conversations have you all had without understanding this kind of conveyor belt that you're on that's making economic decisions for you? So we don't know how the sticker gun is working. We don't know how pricing is going. And I'm going to close with this example in Asheville. So, okay, I'm going to flip from a consultant to a taxpayer now. My city and my county adopted reparations. I knew they weren't going to do anything about it, so I volunteered my company, and they did a victory lap in newspapers about how awesome they were, which is cool. But I want to do the numbers to help my county understand this. We had a history of redlining. I don't know if y'all know what redlining is, but redlining was a standard that was put in place by the FDR administration, the American Housing Act, changing mortgages from 7-year mortgages to 30-year mortgages. The federal government made us all single-family house owners because they were trying to change the Depression. That's how it all happened. But they made us all adopt maps that were based on 4 colors. Green is good, blue is okay, yellow is declining, red is hazardous. You were deemed hazardous by mostly ethnicity. Your infiltration of immigrants, and in the 1930s, those were Italians, so watch out, I could take your real estate down. Watch out for me. Or you also had to measure your Negro population. Now, as an Italian, I can change my name. I can also pass as a white person. A black person can't change their skin. So you find black neighborhoods calcified from 1934 to 1968 when this was finally deemed unconstitutional, and that affects communities.
Is that's a loan risk map?
It was the Homeowners Loan Corporation, and it was basically a risk map. And what it did is you had protected loans if you were in the green neighborhoods, but you didn't have protected loans. So folks in black neighborhoods could still get loans, but it was usually through a predatory system. Oftentimes you would find that if they missed a payment, the creditor would take their house away. This is why you see a lot of vacancy in black neighborhoods and communities. Y'all didn't have a map here because you didn't have enough people, but Tampa had one. They were used in other methods. So our query was, is this also baked into our tax assessment system? So here's a map of race in my county. If you zoom into my city, there's this big old hole right here. That's the Biltmore estate. And what a lot of people don't realize about the Vanderbilts is they built a big subdivision called Biltmore Forest. It's still 99% white. And across the street is the city of Asheville, and that's a neighborhood called Shiloh. My friend Reggie lives in Shiloh, and at the time we did the analysis, I mean, sometimes you can't make this stuff up. Sydney Powell lived in Biltmore Forest, so thank you, Sydney. We grabbed her house. Here's Reggie's house, and here's Sydney's house. So looking at the land value per acre, this seems reasonable. Her dirt is worth more than his dirt, right? When you look at the building, however, his house is worth more than hers. And I sat down with my assessor and I said, look, walk me through this. I'm trained as an architect. How the hell is his house worth more? Just look at the pictures. And he had all of his biases came out. He's like, well, she's got more square footage. I'm like, oh, houses are like toilet paper. The bigger the house, the cheaper you get. Come on now. That means he's paying more county taxes per acre, but here's the kicker. We do reassessments every 4 years, so from one assessment to the next, his house is doubled in value past hers, and on her property card, she's renovated, and he hasn't. So what's happening here? Just talk with me through that. Talk me through this. At the time we were doing the analysis, the New York Times published this op-ed piece covering a University of Chicago report where Chris Berry was seeing the same trend across cities all across the country. And basically, I call this a J-curve. The lower the value, the higher your assessment. The higher the value, the lower your assessment. So your state law says you should be uniform in taxation, right? So everybody's charged the same millage rate. But if you bend the assessment, it's going to change how we're paying taxes, right? So here's how that works. This is a house. The computer CAMA model assessed this house at $190,000, $191. It sold in the marketplace for $150,000. So that was overvalued by a factor of 27%. That's called an overassessment in a sales ratio. So the computer can't get it all right. That's what that one did. Here's one where the computer got it pretty close. So that's a 1 ratio. And then here's one where the computer was off by 50%. Okay? So you've got, what you see here is over accurate and under assessed. So let's take the whole housing stock of my county, stretch it from end to end, break it into 10% buckets. And this is called a longitudinal analysis, which is you're looking at it all together in buckets and saying what's the average screw up in each bucket. It should be average. It should be the same across the model. What's going on in my county is this. So because they adopted reparations, what we said to my county is like, look, you're overtaxing the bottom 40% to the tune of $1 million in overcharge and undercharging the top 60%, which I am part of, $6 million. So that means the average reparations fund should be about $7 million bucks. Let's move forward on that. Our law says that the true value of a property should be what someone was pay for it and what somebody would buy it for, right? So here's a house in one of those black neighborhoods on the south side. This is what it was assessed at. Here's what it sold for. So be it not for this transaction, this individual is paying 16% more for their government, right? They corrected it with a general parcel review down to 100. That's fair. Here's another one. Now, the general parcel review is the human goes in and corrects things, okay? These seem to check out with the state law. To go to a higher wealth neighborhood, we have to change scales. Here's what it sold for. Here's what the computer assessed it at. So I sat down with my assessor and I said, Mr. Miller, if my child brings home a test score of 50 on a test, I kind of want to know what went wrong. So could you show me how your computer model is this far off? Now, as a taxpayer, this is why I don't necessarily trust the process, because with the test score, we all see it right there, this is what they reassessed it at. And if you think this is just cherry picking, here's another one. This last one's my favorite. The moral courage to bring it up 1 whole percentage point. Boy, that's awesome. So there's 5 people on the left supporting the subsidy of one house on the side of a mountain on the right. And again, let's just be aware of that subsidy. Let's talk about that. Is that what we intend in our community? Is this what we want to happen? And we said to him, we said, look, use Esri software. We use it. This is it. We asked the computer, show me land change in 1 year, and this one property pops up. That person is being absolutely screwed. Fix it. You know, let the model show you where your math is wrong. Wow. You know, don't leave it up to the property owner to figure this out. Zooming into my neighborhood, notice what's going on in my neighborhood. And we asked the assessor, we're like, what's going on right here? And he goes, well, that's a different tax neighborhood code. I said, so inside my neighborhood, there's different neighborhoods? And he's like, yeah. And I said, well, who drew that map? And he's like, I don't know. This is something that's just been in the machine going. So I'll show you the difference here. 2 properties side by side. The dirt under that house went up 316%. Across the property line, it only went up to 100%. How's that happening? And again, I'll tell you, as a city planner, Montford Avenue is where the streetcar ran in the 1920s. That's where all the rich white people lived on the streetcar. Their help lived a couple blocks away. So that legacy effect of how we treat folks from the redlining standpoint rhymes with how our assessment process works. So back to Reggie's neighborhood, notice how everything's level? That's called gentrification. It's not my fault. You know, it's your fault. You moved in that neighborhood and you set the new value, so therefore everything's that value, right? That's what I was told about that neighborhood. Gentrification happens there. Cool. When you cross the street and go to the richest neighborhood in my state, why was there 2 transactions and it didn't affect the rest of it? I don't This house right here is 22 acres on the Blue Ridge Parkway. It's 16,500 square foot house, designed by Addison Meisner. 2011, the house value was $4 million. 10 years later, the house has lost a quarter of its value. How is the wealthiest neighborhood in my state losing value? I joked that we should start an urban renewal program for the Chads and Cassidys of the world. They really need our help. This is the definition of blight, right? It's losing value. That's a joke. It's also way undervalued. This is about a $25 million property. So just testing Biltmore Forest, about 55% of the houses are losing value for a net loss of $40 million. So there's a transference that's happening, right? If the value is dropping, that means we're losing tax dollars. We're losing $4.4 million from that one neighborhood, which could pay for 111 school teachers. So don't come back to me and ask me for a tax millage rate raise to pay for teachers when we're losing the money. So they're losing $4 million, and we're overcharging Shiloh $1.5 million. I just want to put that out there because there's matters of equity and questions we're not asking, that we're playing this kind of kabuki act on how we talk about communities, but not understanding the full financial effects. And I pulled the report on y'all. By the way, I call this reverse Robin Hood, basically taking from the poor to subsidize the wealthy. And for Pasco County, this is your report from, now again, this is 2022 data, but this should be a straight line. And basically your bottom decile, your poorest 10% are overpaying about $230, while your wealthiest 10% are underpaying about $11,000, according to that report. Now this is maybe, I wouldn't say this is confirmation of a bias, but this is just maybe a place to start and ask the questions to see what's happening in your system, to become more literate about your assessment process. So to close, there's new technology. There's ways to look at this stuff, but we tend to practice government like an old rotary dial cell phone, or I said cell, a rotary phone. Some people don't know what these look like, right? But this is how the world operates now. You know, so there's technologies at play to do this. There's ways that we can do this math going forward. So thanks for letting me do some math with you. That's it.
Thank you so much.
I think I need another class.
Or a drink.
Or a drink, right.
So now's the time that we can ask him questions, I believe, right?
Go ahead.
Well, you know, we're 95% uncorporated. So I really wanted all our cities to be here. I see Port Richey is here. I don't know what other city is represented.
Port Richey.
Well, Debbie's not here, but she's Center Economic. Yeah, and what about Zephyr Hills and Dade City over there? So to me, it just, one, shows the importance of helping our cities to grow, that adds value to all of us. And how do we, I've always said, where's downtown Land O'Lakes, you know? And I'm always talking about walkability and density, and I just think the numbers here show how important your development patterns are. And I think we have a lot of work to do.
There was you're not the only place struggling with this challenge. And I think what happens is, once you change the window of time, and cities do this because they've been around, they kind of have suffered through good and bad cycles. So they're a little bit more literate. I wouldn't say they're still the best at understanding that pipes do break, roads need to be replaced because of the legacy of what was left to them in the 1920s or whatever. So it's that 50-year window that you have to get past. And unfortunately for a lot of American cities, we've only been growing on fire post-World War II. So we've laid down a pattern without understanding the long-term consequences. And if you read any literature from the 1950s, nobody was thinking of this long-term. It was just like, we're going to do something different. And we did it. We did a great job. But we didn't think through what's now being left to us and our kids and our grandkids. So we're the children or grandchildren of that wave of development without understanding the long-term consequences. But cities, because they've been, and if you go to the Northeast, they've been along even more, so they're making more advanced calls. If you looked on that map, we do very little work in the Northeast because a lot of times people are like, yeah, we get it. We're already working with their financial system. And think of us like adults. When we were 20, did we ever look at the fat content on a pizza? No. Like, I was eating pizza every day. Now if I eat pizza every day, I'll have a heart attack. I wouldn't make it out of this room.
I never
But-
checked the fat content.
Yeah, I've never checked that either.
Well, I have.
But I don't eat pizza every day.
I have to because my family's got a history of heart disease. But I know that more as I get older, than as a 20-year-old. So it's just a matter of thinking of your place in time.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
So you had a map up there, I think it was Peachtree City. Is that the one outside of Georgia?
Peachtree City is, it's southwest.
I mean,
of-
outside Atlanta, like?
Outside of Atlanta,
to the west,
yeah.
The one
So-
with Lilith?
What's that?
The one with Lilith? Comparing it to
Trilith.
Lilith?
Trilith.
Trilith, I'm sorry,
Okay.
Trilith.
So I've been in Peachtree City, and that community it looks rural all the way around, but they've got a golf cart community that connects, like every cul-de-sac's got a golf cart path running through it. You can actually take it from anywhere of those places and go to the downtown area to go through. So to say it's not well-developed, it's high-end residential development, tremendous demographics, no crime, great place to live. My daughter Lauren said years ago, she says, I'm going to live here, Dad, because I want to be able to take my golf cart and go to Dairy Queen, what we did. So, I hear what you're saying as far as the property values, maybe some generation, but when you look at the demographics that change from going that high density with some of the apartments that we may have around, you drop down the value as far as what people can spend as far as demographics, and that creates what you're going to bring in. If you don't have the high-end residential as well, where executives want to live, it's going to be tough to get straight in. So I appreciate your concentrations and the densities to it, but it's not an end-all to all the thinking we need to put into our calculations.
Sure, but if you go to Peachtree City and then go to Trilith, and it's not that Trilith doesn't have any high-end
Yeah.
folks, it's just they do, and they've got, like, back to Rosemary Beach. Rosemary Beach is ridiculously high-end. Al's Beach is even worse, and those folks live in way dense environment, like European level density. So people will make different choices based off the environment, but it's just, okay, Peachtree City right now is a wealthy community. They have the demographics you mentioned. It's fun to go drive around in a golf cart. I'm a numbers guy. I'm looking at that map going, there's not a lot of revenue that's coming out of that rash. It's just all yellow to me, right? So it's all hit the same level of value, but it's got this tremendous amount of infrastructure under it that it hasn't hit that first useful life yet. Let's go back to Peachtree City in 2040 and see how it is. When I go to places, I grew up in the Rust Belt, so people in the Sun Belt are like, let me show you an example. The town of Gilbert, Arizona.
Prison town.
Gilbert, Arizona is 273,000 people, and it's called the town of Gilbert. Psychologically, what does that put your mind in when you're doing community decisions? They're thinking about town problems. They're not thinking about, they're a city. They've got city problems. They haven't built up their downtown. I showed them this. This is South Bend. We did their work in 2016 and 2017, and one of the things that blew my mind was their pipes. So their population grew until 1960, and then they just stopped. They lost Studebaker, Packard to Detroit, and their population dropped. You can see they kind of flatlined. This is where they're at, no growth. This is their pipes going in the ground from the 1800s. They're building a community. They're building their pipes out. Everything's cool. And I'll drop a boundary when their population stops. I showed this to my mother. My mom's got a high school education. She never went to college. It's not that she's not stupid. She just never had the access to education that I've got. And I showed this to my mom, and her first response was, well, that looks stupid. I'm like, yeah, Mom. So this is their pipe growth in blue indexed against their population growth in orange. This is what they had in 1960, 3 lift stations and 2 blocks of force main for the engineers in the room, force mains are super expensive, so are lift stations. Lift stations cost $1 million a pop, $50,000 a year to fix them each year and maintain them. So this is what they had, and now they have grown to this. This is their new boundary. So just to wrap it up, in 1960, they had 132,000 people, 3 lift stations, and about a third of a mile of force main. Now they have 22% less population, this much force main, or lift stations, and this much force main.
Ooh,
So they've
who's
dropped.
paying for that? Who's
They-
paying for that?
They dropped their population and they increased their costs by 1,000 and 6,000. This is going to happen to Peachtree City. Until they can regenerate, they haven't built a density to be able to pay for what they've got. So it feels good to drive around on that stuff, but it also feels good to be a 20-year-old eating pizza.
Let's go back to your map you just showed.
This one?
That's fine. So when they started in the core, they kept it tight. Their big mistake was all these long spaces where they haven't built. If they just built and continued to grow out and kept it tighter, they'd have been much better off.
Correct. Or also, don't go build off in a wetland, because then you're fighting Mother Nature. The developer is going to drop that lift station in and turn around and divide it by everybody's house lots. They're all going to pick up a little piece of it in their mortgage, but then you're going to get stuck fixing it. So that's kind of actually, when we did this presentation, the engineer, she was like waving a hanky. She was so excited. And she's like, I've been trying to get the council to understand that I can't afford this stuff. And we're like, why haven't you shown a map? Just help people understand this stuff.
So let me ask you another question. So have you been up and down this 19 corridor all? Have you seen much what's up and down there?
Not a lot, no.
So we've got a lot of infrastructure put in place, but we're having trouble, let's say, with the rebuild coming through. That's where I think one of our biggest struggles in the county. What do we do there? What should we do there? You've got single-family homes on the ground on the coast. You've got some other things that have been elevated up, but you still get that struggle of, even along 19, how do you elevate up? How do you get going better?
Yeah, let's go back to Hillsborough. Or actually, let's just stay with Trilith. And if I were to advise,
It's a suburb.
What's that?
It's a county like ours, kind of.
Yeah, they're
Outside of a big
outside of
city.
Atlanta.
Yeah.
Now, what they did that was smart, and I think this is more to Dan's point. He brought in the studios. Studios are very low generator because they're just big dumb boxes. But they brought in a lot of high-wage employment with all the people doing CGI effects, and actors and actresses show up. So there's this kind of cash flow of folks that he's importing wealth, which is super smart. The trade-off is you're not getting a lot of revenue out of that because it's just cheap.
But if you had if you got those high-end producers, they can then go fund what's right beside it.
Correct. They're buying the housing nearby. And it's, folks with high salaries because they're doing computer-generated stuff. You're getting a lot more of that than you're getting in Peachtree City. Peachtree City is all strip malls, and, they're jobs, but they're just retail sector jobs. And they are what they are. So I think the long-term effect there is going to be a problem. Now, what you find here is this weird kind of dogleg that comes out of the city of Fayetteville. So Fayetteville is learning that they've sort of missed an opportunity in their own downtown to grow it up. Now, it's not really their fault because the state blasted 2 state roads through the middle of their downtown that's kind of choked off any walkability. So that's a different problem. Think of this as silver buckshot, not silver bullets. It's going to be different solutions in different areas. So the county needs to back the city of Fayetteville on those state road rebuilds in the downtown. Now, it's not going to be the county's project, that's the city's project, right? But the county's going to benefit if the city grows up, right? And so they're working together to do that. But you also have to look at South County and say, we need to have a plan here because this will eventually change too. Or around Peachtree City, that this stuff is going to fill in. This is Fulton County, so Atlanta's just like right here. So this is going to eventually get hit with something once Atlanta changes. But you can learn from Trilith in this case.
And they built a compact, walkable community with vertical mixed use.
Thank you for all that you've given us today is a lot to think about. But
There's more. David, what are your plans for?
Well, thank you very much. Time is up for the luncheon session. Joe will be speaking to some stakeholders up in Mike's conference room for a breakout and brief presentation. And I want you to know that this is all context-driven. We are a unique county, and we don't have a one-size-fit-all solution here. But this really establishes a baseline for consideration of our future land use and emphasizing redevelopment of the west side where the core infrastructure is there, and we need housing and development and tax revenue. So thank you very much.
Great job.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
before we start the afternoon, we'll take 5 minutes. waiting on commissioners. We won't get done unless you find something. If I've got three of you, we can start.
Give me a heads up before you start.
Well, I'm pretty start. I got three commissioners, so we're good.
Missing. Where's my clock?
I now would like to call back to order the Pasco County Board of County Commissioner meeting of September 17th, 2024. Please silence all electronic devices and mute your microphones. We will proceed with public hearings, starting with ordinances. Item 64, I believe, is first.
We have proof of publication of this matter in the August 7th, 2024 edition of the Tampa Bay Times, supplemented by affidavit of certified mailings and site posting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nectarios Pitos, Planning Development Economic Growth. Item P64 is an ordinance to amend the comprehensive plan to change the future land use from COM to PD on a property that's at the north and southeast corners of the intersection of US 301 and Roanoke River Way. This item is being requested for a continuance to the October 8, 2024 BCC public hearing at 1:30 in Dade City.
Move to continue.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor to continue, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Pass 5-0. Next, move to the next items, P65.
We have proof of publication of the hearing of this matter in the Tampa Bay Times of July 24th, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item P65 is PDE 240336. This is an ordinance by the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners amending the Pasco County Land Development Code, amending Section 303.5, Common Procedures, the application consultation, Section 305.1, Neighborhood Meeting, Intent and Purpose, Section 402.3, Use Permits, Conditional Uses, Section 525.3, C1, Neighborhood Commercial District, Conditional Uses, Section 525.4, C1, Neighborhood Commercial District, Special Exception Uses, Section 526.3, C2, General Commercial District, Conditional Uses, Section 907.3, Stacking Spaces and Drive-Through Facilities, creating Section 1106, Car Wash Facilities Standards, Appendix A, Definitions, and other sections as necessary for internal consistency, providing for applicability, repealer, providing for severability, inclusion into Land Development Code, and an effective date. I made a presentation on this at the last Board of County Commissioners meeting in Dade City on September 3rd. The Board of County Commissioners provided input on developing some changes to the proposed ordinance that was discussed. The version that has been passed out to everyone today updates what has been included in Civic Clerk. That version addresses freestanding car washes only, so the accessory car washes that would be associated with gas stations is no longer being considered as part of this ordinance. It requires conditional use approval for new car washes, freestanding car washes, proposed to be included within an MPUD, a C1, or a C2 commercial district, notwithstanding any provisions that might be contrary in the Land Development Code. We had previously proposed requiring any new car wash within an MPUD to be processed as a substantial modification, so everything is now to be conditional use. That's the intent. The standards proposed under 402.3 conditional uses have also been amended to reduce the inventory radius distance submitted by applicants. So previously we had a provision under the conditional use requirements that said you had to look at all the car washes within a 5-mile radius. That's been reduced to a 1.5-mile radius to keep with the original intent of acknowledging what kind of car washes are within a certain proximity of a proposed car wash. And then finally, the board noted that neighborhood meetings were not necessary for car washes, as they would come before the public hearing process as a conditional use anyway, so that has also been removed. We can go through a full presentation, but that's the update since the last meeting. And we have worked with the stakeholders to accomplish these amendments.
Any discussion?
Yes, I have one question.
Okay.
Under the applicability, and in reference to VOPH, I know we have a gas station that also has a car wash. It's not a building that you drive through, but it's a freestanding car wash with a gas station. I want to make sure that's a one per village. I mean, that counts.
Yes, that's
already been
built
approved.
into this code
Okay,
provision.
because you define, it says, where one freestanding car wash is permitted per village, but are you going to consider, and I'm thinking of Alan Altman's corner, that's a car wash like the freestanding ones we're talking about, plus a gas station. It is not a gas station with a little drive-through building. So
Correct.
it's a hybrid, and I think that should count, one per village. Otherwise, we're gonna be messed up. Because that's not what we wanted in those villages, as you just saw in that presentation.
So is the question, is that car wash facility that's in Village A of VOPH okay to be there? Is that what you're asking? 'Cause-
I'm saying that we need to count, okay,
She wants to make sure that that type of car wash
Yeah.
counts in this ordinance.
as a
That
freestanding car
particular
wash.
one, you've exempted,
Correct.
you've exempted.
You've already
But
approved
if
it.
future are developed that are of that model, she's asking if those would be captured.
Those would be
Correct,
captured.
Commissioner, is that?
Because you said you're taking out that it's only freestanding car washes, but that's a freestanding car wash with a gas station.
Commissioner, I might be able to help. The way freestanding car wash is defined, it's done by the number of vacuums that they have. It's not based on whether they're next to a gas station or not.
Okay, So that would count as a
The answer is,
freestanding
yes,
car
it
wash.
counts. It counts as a freestanding car wash because of the number of vacuums it
Perfect.
has at the car wash. Not, it doesn't matter whether it has a gas station next to it.
Okay, that's all I wanted,
Okay.
then I'm comfortable.
So we have to have
So
public
it's
comment.
one per village.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? Okay, and this is a public meeting, and is anyone here to speak to this item? Mr. Hobby?
Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby, 109 North Brush Street, Tampa, Florida. I apologize, I wasn't planning on speaking, but actually Commissioner Starkey's raising an issue that I should have caught the other day, and it's in the limited applicability section, A4. I believe what she's alluding to and the way this should read is that there should be a limited applicability for any approved MPUD that has specific design, location, or site orientation standards for car washes, not freestanding, because until today, we didn't call them freestanding car washes. So if your MPUD, like Alan Altman's and one other that I have specific design criteria that we came up with, most of these are fairly recent, then those only have to meet a very limited part of the code. So I think that's the one change I would request. I don't see offhand that there would be a problem with any of the other sections.
David, does that keep the intent of one per village?
I think so, but I kind of need to see the language the clerk is talking about.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
So if you strike the freestanding, or you just consider it as a regular car wash, I don't see what the difference would be.
I think what Clark is trying to say is that this doesn't directly affect Commissioner Starkey's question. It's still one per village.
Yeah.
He's talking
That's all.
about the exemption for, that already approved MPUDs. And he's saying that we should strike the word freestanding from A4 and just say car washes. I don't necessarily have a problem with it, because the theory of A4 was that if you already had an approved MPUD that specifically had design standards for car washes, you wouldn't be subject, you'd only be subject to very limited parts of this code. So I don't think it's a problem. We've intended to vest the MPUDs that had specific design standards for car washes.
Okay.
Don't know that it matters whether it's freestanding or not.
But the only one that would be stricken would be sub 4.
A4, yes, the word freestanding from A4.
There also appears to be a numbering error in that section where you've got 2 A's on this, in the version that was passed out.
Oh, yeah.
So
So it'd be
that would be
B4.
B4 that would have freestanding struck in the second line.
Chairman?
Yes.
Chair. Mr. Goldstein, so wouldn't a backstop to that be because it's conditional use, the board would have to bless it anyway, up or down?
For the new car washes, yes, they're all requiring conditional uses, but we specifically exempted any MPUD where they went out of their way to list car wash as a use, and staff developed design standards for that car wash use, because they'd already been through a process similar to what we would do for a conditional use approval. So we were trying to vest the MPUDs that, where staff had already done a more detailed review of the car wash use.
So,
But to answer your question on a going forward basis, yes, any new car wash, any new freestanding car wash would require a conditional use approval, whether it was in C1, C2, or in an MPUD that had not gone through that more detailed process.
so for this change, the motion would be accept the ordinance as it states with amended what?
Removing the word freestanding from,
Yeah.
is it B4 or A4? I'm not sure.
B4.
Definitely B4 now.
B4, okay.
All right.
It's removed, Clark has asked us to remove one word, which I'm okay with. It's the word freestanding from B4.
So my motion would be.
Wait a minute.
Public
You
hearing.
still have to
public
complete
hearing.
public hearing, and then you can make your motion.
I know Clark spoke, but is there anyone else in the audience who wish to speak to this item?
We do not have anyone signed up or online.
Okay. So seeing no one come forward, then ready for the pleasure of the board.
Move approval with the noted changes of the second A going to B and section 4 going, taking out the word freestanding.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Now it's time for public hearings.
It is a roll call vote.
Okay. Roll call.
District 2, Commissioner Wakeman. District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Yeager.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Move on to public hearings. Just read these.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to read the procedures?
I would.
There are 2 rezoning agendas, regular and consent. Staff will present each application to the Board of County Commissioners. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended approval and there is no opposition, the application will be considered by the board without further presentation. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended denial, or if there is opposition to the application, the applicant will be given 5 minutes for presentation. The opposition will be given 3 minutes for each individual, or 5 minutes for a group representative, and the applicant will be given 3 minutes for rebuttal. Any individual disagreeing with staff or Planning Commission recommendation, or anyone wishing to object to any condition of the rezoning, may at this time request the petition be pulled from the consent agenda, in which case that application will be heard under the regular agenda later on during the meeting. Otherwise, all rezoning applications on the consent agenda will be approved by a single motion and vote. If you wish to speak to any petition, please give your name and address and whether or not you've been sworn for the record. These are quasi-judicial public hearings. The law in Florida is that mere public support or opposition of an application is insufficient for this board to take action. Please limit your comments to those criteria found within the board's land development code. Mr. Clerk, would you like to swear the public in?
Anyone who is anticipating giving testimony in any of the rezoning items to be heard this afternoon, please rise. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in these matters shall be the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated. Please, when you come forward to the podium, announce with your name and address and that whether you have been sworn. Thank you.
Okay, P66.
We have proof of publication of the hearing of this item in the August 7th, 2024 edition of the Tampa Bay Times, supplemented by affidavit of certified mailings and site posting.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Denise Hernandez, Planning, Development, and Economic Growth. Item P66 is PDE 247764. It's a zoning amendment, 301 East MPUD, 301 East LLC. It's a rezoning from RMH and C2 to MPUD. The request is to continue the item to the October 8th, 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting at 1:30 p.m. in Dade City.
Move to continue time certain.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, move on to P67.
P67, proof of publication, Tampa Bay Times, July 24th, 2024.
Item P67 is PDE 247769. It's a zoning amendment, Mears 4 LLC, for a change in zoning from AR and C3 to C3. The request is to continue the item to a date uncertain.
Move to continue to a date uncertain.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second to continue. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0. P68.
This item was published for hearing at this time in Tampa Bay Times, July 10th, 2024. This actually was published in July to the August 21st meeting and continued to this date.
Item P68 is PDE 247806. This is a zoning amendment, Lakeshore Boulevard LLC. The request is to continue the item to the December 10th, 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting at 1:30 p.m. in Newport Richey.
Move to continue time certain.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passed 5-0. Move on to P69.
P69 also was published for hearing at this time in the Tampa Bay Times, July 24th of 2024.
Item P69 is PDE 247810. It's a zoning amendment. The name of 52 Realty LLC, SR 52 Realty, sorry, it's SR 52 Realty LLC. The request is to continue the item to the October 22nd, 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting at 1:30 p.m. in Newport Richey.
Move to continue time certain.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed. To be continued. P70, and this is our first consent item.
Proof of publication in the Tampa Bay Times, July 10th of 2024, supplemented by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
Item P70 is PDE 247740. It's a zoning amendment in the name of Residences at Rolling Hills, MPUD, Master Plan Unit Development, Dan Nico Properties LLC. It's for a rezoning from MF1 Multiple Family Medium Density District to an MPUD, Master Plan Unit Development, to allow a total of 132 multifamily units, 104 senior units, 3,600 square feet of medical office, and a minimum of 3,000 square feet of retail on approximately 9.87 acres. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions from the Planning Commission and the Planning Development and Economic Growth Department. Specifically, there are conditions 46 and 47 that deal with the land use and zoning exemptions, or preemptions, sorry, in the Live Local Act, and also the ad valorem tax preemptions in the Live Local Act.
I have a question on this.
All right,
Ask
we'll
it
pull
now.
it and go to the next item. P71.
P71 is continued from the August 21st, 2024 meeting, at which time proof of publication was presented.
Item P71 is PDE 247792. It's a zoning amendment, Sachin K. Shaw and Shrestha Sarmila. It's for a change in zoning from an AR1 Agricultural Residential District to a PO1 Professional Office District with a voluntarily agreed upon deed restriction to install a 6-foot-high masonry wall along the southern property line with landscaping as required per the Land Development Code on the outside of the wall. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval from the Planning and Development Planning, Development, and Economic Growth Department, and the Planning Commission.
Okay, landscaping should always be on the outside of the wall.
Right, but.
And I thought we fixed that years ago.
We
Well,
did,
Are
but
you
it's,
questioning on P71?
No.
we did, but we wanted
I-
to specify it in the
Well, I gotta know.
deed
No,
restriction.
I'm not. I'm just saying
But
that they're having to specify that the landscaping, I mean, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. That we even have to call that out to our staff.
We wanted
is
to be very
anyone in-
specific in the deed
This is a
restriction.
public hearing, so is anyone here to speak against P71? See no one, leave it on consent. Move to P72.
Brief publication of the hearing, Tampa Bay Times, July 24, 2024, supplemented by affidavits of certified mailings and site posting.
P72 is PDE 247809, it's a zoning amendment. BMC 9 LLC and Black Marlin Capital LLC. It's for a change in zoning from an R1MH Single Family Mobile Home District to a C2 General Commercial District with a voluntarily agreed upon deed restriction that specifically states that the uses are those uses that are specifically in the C2 General Commercial District, also known as the Live Local Act deed restriction. Comes through the recommendation of approval from the Planning, Development, and Economic Growth Department and the Planning Commission.
Okay. All right, is anyone here to speak against this item? Seeing no one, it remains on consent. And,
Move approval of consent agenda?
yep, okay. So that'd be 71, 72 for the approval?
Yes.
Okay,
For consent.
got a motion
I'll second.
and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. We'll go back to P70.
Yeah.
Ms. Starkey?
Just that in talking with staff on this one, they worked very hard on this site plan. And I just want to know how we make this site plan either binding or very close to binding. And this is something that we have to be careful about because we work hard to get a good design and then that isn't what gets built because it wasn't binding. So how do we do that? And maybe it's in the conditions of approval, but I don't think they are in my conversation
Okay.
with staff.
Mr. Pitos?
Victoria's Pitos, Planning Development Economic Growth. This particular concept plan is being controlled by its dimensional standards.
Yeah.
Typically, if there's a condition of approval that's built into this project, our code places a 150-foot setback on industrial property when it's adjacent to residential development. In this particular project, we've worked to split the difference and establish 75 feet of that 150-foot setback on the residential property. That would mean that parking has to occur between their building, their westernmost buildings and the westernmost property line, which pushes their buildings to the east, which then forces them to have the buildings up along the street.
Well, I'm fine with that along the
Right.
street. I mean, don't we want that?
Yes. So this is very near to a binding concept plan based on the dimensional criteria that are built into the conditions of approval. If you want further,
See, that red dotted line, that's a pedestrian,
yes, those are the pedestrian networks within the property.
okay, and those are binding.
Yes.
Okay, and then we have access, potential future access to whatever comes south. And we have connection to the east over on the right-hand side and a cross access on the southwestern corner there. That stays?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm okay.
Mr. Chairman, so what would be the problem with adding a condition that says that the PDP/PSP that's submitted shall be in substantial accord with the conceptual plan submitted with this rezoning?
Right, that's what I was going to say. If you wanted to add a condition to say
Yeah.
that, we could add that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, pleasure of the board.
Make that motion with the conditional.
Public comment?
Do public comment.
Is anyone here to speak against this item?
Well, it's off
Or
of
for
consent
the
now.
item?
We have no one
Was there an
signed up.
applicant here?
Anybody
Do
wish to speak?
do you object to the new condition?
Oh, look at here.
Name and address.
Good afternoon, Justina Gale, 200 Forward Planning and Design, 200 Pine Winds Boulevard. We're okay with the condition.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
Move approval with the binding condition?
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed, 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, move on to P73.
We have proof of publication of the hearing of this matter at this time in the August 14th, 2024 and August 21st, 2024 editions of the Tampa Bay Times.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Joshua Allen Crafton from the Real Property Division. The Real Property team has received a petition to vacate an unplatted utility easement by Robert Nelly of Hudson, Florida. The purpose of this vacation is so the petitioner may construct a garage on the east side of the property. There were no objections to this petition, and the team recommends approval.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Is anyone here to speak to this item? We have anyone signed up?
None signed up, none online.
None online.
Seeing no one, move approval.
Okay. Second. I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. P74.
We have proof of publication of the hearing of this matter in the Tampa Bay Times on August the 28th, 2024.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Paula Baracaldo, Support Services. This item P74 is an assessment resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County authorizing and adopting non-ad valorem special assessments within the county limits for the purpose of benefiting assessed properties through enhanced Medicaid payments for local services, finding and determining that certain real property is specifically benefited by the assessment, collecting the assessments against the real property, establishing a public hearing to consider imposition of the proposed assessments and the method of collection, authorizing and directing the publication of notices in connection therewith, providing with certain authority other authorizations and delegations of authority as necessary, and providing for an effective date. We do have with us here today Colleen Ernst from Adelanto Healthcare Ventures. If you require any more information, we have a presentation, the same one that was provided to you during the ordinance hearing. At your pleasure.
This is a public hearing. Is anyone here to speak to this item?
We have none signed up nor online.
Okay.
Seeing no one, move approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 5-0.
Right, thank you.
That concludes the P items. We'll move back to, I think we were talking about a budget.
Back to our budgets, yes.
Okay. I think that's pretty important, so.
Well, when we last met, we were having some riveting discussions. If I can, there we go. So just, I think it was back under board discussion. However, just as a reminder, I had recommended some general fund reductions to about $7.25 million, which would result in a reduction in the general operating millage from 7.57 to 7.4292 mils. And with that, we wanted to get board direction on the paving MSTU, primarily just because the budget team can go back now and actually prepare the actual budget documents if the board is willing and ready to make that call. Obviously, it's non-binding until the vote actually occurs this evening. But if we could have, unanimous consent on where we think we want to land with that, barring your taking of public comment, it would be certainly helpful to us. So I had heard Commissioner Mariano had brought up curtailing about $6 million from the Hudson Library project, which I'm comfortable doing. We can go ahead and take that from a $12 million project to a $6 million project. in the out years. That would be a one-time capital add, I think is what the commissioner was trying to go to whatever millage that we set. So by example, if we were to set the millage at .4052, for example, you would add on an additional $6 million to that. So it'd essentially be the equivalent of the .5184 original program that Public Works was recommending for a millage of .4052, but that would only be in the first year. But it would be something to get started. It certainly would help retire the PVAS debt and allow more paving to go. As I mentioned before, it's a $2 billion road network issue we have in the county. The amount of dollars that are put towards it really will just enhance the speed at which Public Works gets to those roads and
Right.
makes visible, meaningful progress, I think, for our citizens. So I guess if the board, I guess what I would like for the board to perhaps have some other discussion is to give me an idea of where you want to land with that millage rate for the paving MSTU.
So if I may, I want to understand it. So that 6 million he's talking about, that comes off the .5184?
So, sir, what it is it's, there is a capital project in the budget
Right.
for fiscal year =26 for the Hudson Library. It's currently estimated at $12 million. We would reduce the budget for that project by $6 million. So we would set aside $6 million less, attempt to design the project.
That brings the millage down, or what does
No,
that do?
sir. This does not do anything with the millage. All it does is we would just simply pave roads with it, is what the commissioner
Okay,
is asking.
I got you.
It would be a one-time, what I'm saying is, for year one of the paving tax, it would be equivalent to the .5184 millage in the first year if the board were to adopt that 19.4 million. Of course, the board can adopt a lower millage if it likes, and we can add 6 million to that number as well. The only point being is, I think the commissioner would like to add more money to the paving if we make a reduction in the paving millage.
So if you bring it down to the 4052, then that 6 would go into paving instead of the capital?
On top of that, that is
On
what
top of
Commissioner
that, yeah.
Mariano is, I believe, I don't want to put words in the commissioner's mouth, but I believe that's what he is suggesting.
Okay.
Similarly, if you adopt a .39 millage, and that's 18 million, we would add 6 to that. So I simply would just like to get the board to provide me with some direction on if these millages are okay, so we can make the adjustments to the budget.
Yep, I understand that. I just want to be sure I have good understanding of it. You know, the one room, Mr. Waitman?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'd be remiss that I can't see my fellow commissioner over there through that.
I'm in the gap, I'm in the gap now, we're good.
Golden gift, that golden gift down there. I commend you and just want to say thank you for really thinking this through and finding some money to help this program. Moving 6 off a project like the library, it's a big deal, so just want to say thank you for that.
Both are very important.
Yep.
Yes.
And I think what he's showing and what he's telling you
Back 1 year.
is he actually realizes that the library could wait that year, but this paving, to get away from PVAS itself and get into the new system, our residents are going to be very happy with new citizens. And those calls that come in, when is my road going to be paved? We'll be able to determine that through Road and Bridge with Bradford, and we'll have those answers for them. And that's going to be a total different story than what we've had in the past, so, yeah. Okay? Anybody
So-
else? Ms. Starkey?
Well, I'm just not sure are we at 4.4 or 0.44? Are we at 0.49? What are we looking at?
Well, my recommendation at this point, given what I've heard and seen, would be to recommend .4052 for the paving MSTU, with the addition of the $6 million of one-time capital from the library project, and then set the general operating millage and budget as I've outlined at 7.4292.
Okay, I can.
That's a big help.
Yeah, I think that's good. I just really appreciate you scrubbing even more, especially with 8 days. I think, last year we rolled our millage back just a little bit, and I think it's good that we're rolling it back just a little bit. We're rolling it back more than we did last year. We have to be careful.
But the fact of it is, it's not affecting any of our constitutionals or.
Yeah, we do have to be careful because.
Very, very much a plus, so.
We have a lot of big bills coming. I mean, I don't know where we're getting the money for this courthouse that we need to build, and our jail is going to be full the day it opens.
Which courthouse?
Well, eventually we have to build that courthouse. We kick the can, we can kick it, but at some point, they're not
Your
going to let us
attorneys
kick it
in your
anymore.
courthouses, you know.
So
But I understand, it's a lot of money, it is.
that does drop our level of service on the roads to what? Because at 24, we were, you know, even at .51, it was a conservative level of service. So now we didn't go with the Cadillac program.
No, but that point five one eight
where are we
four
now?
actually you're gonna get a great return out of your roads being paved, so. out of
Okay,
that.
so it's not working. Usually it takes a couple of years for the level of service to drop, you know, because we are currently at satisfactory. So, you know, what is going to happen probably in about 2 years or so, if we continue at the same level 2-3 years, then the level is going to drop, service level is going to be dropping.
You know, we did hear that
'Cause you're gonna be
the money's
improving
here
roads
and the
out.
cost of roads paving is going like this. So at some point, we may have to have another true-up. But did you want to talk? Because I thought we had it at like 20 years, 25 years, 30 years with the amount of money. And so,
All right, Justin Grant, Director of Public Infrastructure, Fiscal and Business Administration. I won't get too detailed into lane miles. We'll let Jason talk about that, but I will highlight that the two plans you have here in front of you, just to kind of level set, because I know we've talked a lot about this over the last couple months, and I know the county administrators outlined them perfectly, that this was originally our silver plan, and then we are going down to the millage that we had suggested in the bronze plan. And so with that, the FY25 lane miles was over 100 with silver. It would take us down to around 75 in that first year. So that gives you kind of an idea what that.
75 lane miles.
Correct.
Yeah,
And does
half
that
that's in-
include,
half
does that
that's in
include
District
collector,
1.
arterial, and local?
So
I just
yes,
want to
I
make
know-
sure everyone understands that. This is not all going to local. This is
So that's an
all the
excellent-
roads.
Excellent point, Commissioner. I know County Attorney, you know, before we broke for lunch, right, in the morning session, outlined that the legal structure of the unit does include local, arterial, and collector roads. So all county-owned and maintained roads would be included in the. Yep.
Okay.
It's a good program.
All right, well, I think we've landed on bronze
It's a start.
to start.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Chairman. And so if this thing were to pass, how soon do we get the share of the public see a stack ranked list of projects? I'm assuming that we have something out there.
Because I heard someone say they had a road already
They have
ready to
got-
go. I
they
was
have
wondering
got
how that
roads.
happened.
They have a list. They have a list, they're ready to go.
Should I
It's
talk?
just gonna take a little longer.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Jason Mickle, Public Works Director. I just want to say thank you so much for all your careful consideration of this, and thanks to Branford and Mike and everybody for all the, work that's been put into this and leadership. But everybody we talk to in the community is super excited about getting this project off the ground. There's every person I walked outside with today and talked to is super excited about, where they might be on the list. And just so you know, we do have a list, and we've worked through multiple lists from 1 year to 3 years to 5 years on every scenario you could possibly think of. So we're ready to go. So, and Commissioner Starkey, to answer your question specifically, in the first year, it'll be 65 lane miles of local roads and 10 miles, lane miles of arterial and collectors.
Okay.
And then after that, next year, it goes up. We'll be able to put more into the program.
All right, question. So there are quite a few neighborhoods that took the step to go through the PVAS program, and some failed, and some went through and asked to be rescinded, so knowing that this new project was coming through. So knowing that we had residents who went to all that trouble to try and do the PVAS, are they on the top of the list?
So remember I told you last
PVAS
time I was here,
list.
there's a
So that-
science-based approach to this, right? But there is some room to look at some of those communities, and the good thing is, many of them, their PCI score does put them on the list for the 3-year timeframe. So many of them will get put on our first 3-year list.
Okay, because if they were willing to come in and pay for their roads to get fixed, that must mean they have an issue with the road.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
Will citizens be able to, is there going to be a place where they'll be able to see which lane is being, or which roads are being done and if their road is on there?
Yeah, it's a great
Oh, it's a
question.
good
We are working internally right now to update our website. Once we get through this process with the board, we are going to bring our website live with our projects online, so it's fully transparent and the community could see what road is up for paving and, you know, what the dates would be, just in case there's MOT and inconvenience and people delayed for work, so they'll know if any of those issues will arise. And we'll work with our PIO office to make sure we're communicating with the community.
Okay.
Yep, that's good. Okay. Any other questions? Okay,
I'm comfortable with bronze.
okay. We're comfortable with bronze.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'd
With the
like you to
millage
vote
at
on it if that's
7.4.
okay,
Yeah.
Mr.
And
Chair.
thank you to Jack. Honestly, thank you for
Okay.
that
Mr.
little
Chair,
wiggle
I would
room.
like to have
Need a
board
motion.
direction to, in this case, set the general operating millage and budget as I have outlined here today to 7.4292, and set the paving MST millage and budget at .4052,
Okay.
with the addition of $6 million from the Hudson Library project to be applied to next year, and whatever Jeff thinks I missed.
For the
And-
for the purposes of the budget hearing tonight.
Yeah.
That is
yeah,
correct, for the
right.
purposes of the budget hearing tonight, recognizing we will present that to you again for adoption and consideration after public
That's
comment.
retiring the PVAS debt as well.
That is correct.
Since,
Don't need a
can
motion.
I ask another budget question? I don't think there's a motion on that. Do you need a motion on that?
We,
Yes,
that's what we're trying to do.
That was
is
the
get
motion.
a
Oh, okay,
motion.
move to approve that motion.
Second?
And I got a motion and a second. Does it need to be roll call, or do we?
No.
do-
You can-
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Okay,
Motion, yeah, okay. Like sign for nay. Seeing none, it's 5.0, 5-0.
okay, so.
Congratulations.
What happened to Parks, budget? What are we
So
doing?
the,
We're not
the-
cutting grass anymore.
yeah, so the park, no.
We're
So
gonna
the parks,
raise the fees on the
so the
people
Parks
using them.
MSTU did not receive the required number of votes, so that millage was set to 0. We did reinstate Parks's original, so Parks has been carrying approximately $1 million for Parks maintenance, which is what the MSTU would have paid for, plus an additional $300,000 annually for field maintenance. I have reinstated that in the Parks budget, so the Parks team is level where they're at today. And then I think during the budget workshop, probably starting in January, I'd look to some board guidance on how we want to address Parks coming up in future years.
Okay. All right. What else we need to do? We're good?
I'm good for now. The budget team will go back and put together
Okay.
things. That helps
All right, Amy.
immensely, and
In your
so we'll
ballpark.
present the budget.
Do we go up now to where David Engel is? Are we invited
Huh?
up to those?
Committee reports.
Oh,
We
committee
still
reports.
got
Okay,
a
yeah.
little bit of meeting
A little
left.
bit. After that, I think we do.
I know that's more.
You
It
forgot.
is to me, yeah, it's the long-term health of the county.
I just gotta find out where I'm at here.
I think we're done with everything.
Okay, you're up.
Oh, I gotta go.
Chair, you can just start with Commissioner Starkey.
Okay, I'm ready.
No, that's all right. I think we're gonna go back to our regular items.
No, we're on commissioner item.
We're done with regular
Yeah.
items?
We are done, sir.
I thought we had some regular items, but I don't see them. Okay.
All right, so I want to
You're
thank
done over
staff
there?
to come. He said start with me.
Okay,
I
leave him out.
I finally got to host my Harbor South Leadership Council meeting again. It's been a couple years since we had one. This is where I bring all the HOAs and civic associations member leaders together, and appreciate all the staff that spoke. Jessica did a great job. They all did a great job. I think it was, everyone appreciates learning all the information about the county, and thanks Chase for speaking again. Also, as many of you did, I enjoyed attending the Pasco EDC 36 Annual Awards they honored the Phillips family and, of course, the companies that moved here, most of which are manufacturers. And by the way, I went and introduced myself to the CEO of Gary Line, and he was talking with another awardee, JTD, I think, and JTD had talked about how they'd gone to AmSkills, loved it, and is going to be a sponsor at the manufacturing dinner on October 10th, and we hadn't been able to get into Gary Line for some reason, and Gary Line came over, and he wants to be on our board. That's how much he loved it. So he was very excited to learn about the program, and we continue to help our manufacturers here in the county. I did attend the PEDC trade mission to Vancouver. Oh, let me see if I put it in here. Because the words are so big, I have to read it off. We went to the University of British Columbia to the, let's see where it is. To the university has these facilities. Let's see if I can say it's a quantum computing lab. I'm trying to find the name. There. Well, if you go back one, sorry, I don't have it. Oh, here. It is the Stuart Blouson Quantum Matter Institute. You see Mayor Castor and Mayor Welch, and there was Hillsborough County, Pinellas, Pasco, Tampa, Clearwater, and St. Pete were all on board. This was the kind of like the political track, and then we had companies that went on the Gold Key track. But this Quantum Matter Institute, there's only a few of these in the world, and they've been working on this computer for 10 years, and I taped it. It's way over my head, but you'll see a picture on the next page right there. That's one of their machines that they built there. It's wrapped in, a lot of parts of it are wrapped in foil because they have to keep the temperature constant. But that's the mayor of Vancouver down at the bottom left. A very nice guy. And then the next page, we were at the Canada's Immunoengineering and Biomanufacturing Hub. No, not there. I'm sorry, back one. Maybe I didn't send in a picture with the doctors. But we had a great meeting with them and got to share about Moffitt and all the cancer, because they're doing cancer research here and immunotherapy research, and they did not know about our 700-acre, they've heard of Moffitt, but did not know about our 700-acre life sciences center here. So we will be inviting them down. And they work with Max Planck, that's down in South Florida, if you know Max Planck, a German research institute. But we're looking forward to great relationships with their scientists, and they have a lot of spin-off companies from the research they do at the university. And for example, right next to this building is a building where they developed part of the stuff that went into one of the vaccines for, I don't know which one it was, but one of the vaccines that a lot of people use for COVID. So anyway, they also are doing very cutting-edge research, so that was very good. What else?
That's it.
I'm sorry that I missed the fallen police officer memorial, but I just send my staff. Ron, great thing you did for the county. Thank you so much for taking that on.
It's all about what the county needs. It's not what Ron.
And
I tackle that, but I'm gonna tell you, Craig Laporte told me one time, he says, you need to be careful how you talk to a volunteer, and I said, well, you need to be careful what you volunteer for.
Yeah. That's a wonderful
But I push,
tribute.
I don't.
That'll be
I
there
just
for
pushed them.
generations.
For 3 years, I pushed.
Yeah.
So.
Great job.
So, great job.
Yeah.
As I mentioned before, Katie and I toured the Hope Shot yesterday, and great program. You know, the lady that came up here and talked about the 2 children that she had lost from drugs, where I went was, I didn't know the Hope Shot was here. I went into my office and got one of the pamphlets because she didn't know about them, and gave it to her, because that's a place where people people who are recovering from drug
And I think that road she
abuse.
was talking about was FDOT, State Road.
Oh, what I was
Bridge,
wondering on that,
road?
if they're hanging out under the Suncoast bridges and doing illicit activity, why don't we see if we can't put some cameras under there? And then we could have an eye on it, and then maybe send law enforcement
I don't know
if
if
we
you
need
can get
to,
there in
but
time.
certainly we could have some cameras under those bridges.
They're not ours.
I know,
They're not
but
our bridges, but.
We can talk to someone about,
I'll,
if that's where
I'll reach
illegal
out to
activities
Secretary Gwynn.
happening.
I'll reach out to Secretary Gwynn.
Yeah,
and
why not
staff.
put some eyes
I'll
on
do
that?
that, yeah.
And,
Because they may not even be aware of that. I mean,
yeah.
sometimes
I had
some
no idea that was
things
going on.
get past you without you thinking about them.
It's kind of funny, but where she was talking about was exactly where I had them drop the pin. Might have been at the MPO meeting, where that long canal is in your district that comes out of Massac Town. That's the bridge that she was talking about. It's right down the street from where we dropped the pin. Solar power. Just my staff, as last time I showed you how you can turn glass into sand, has done some research on solar, on really doing more work with solar power. And I think we should always be looking when we're doing buildings to be adding solar panels to the roofs and working on generating our own electricity for our buildings. So I think we really should pay attention to that, and there's grants out there for that. And that's it for me.
Okay.
I'm heading to FACT tomorrow morning at 7 in the morning, Pensacola.
Okay.
I was going tonight, but
You couldn't fly one around, that's right.
I had to stay for a budget meeting.
Joking. Ms. Yeager?
Okay. So I attended the ceremony honoring former Commissioner Gary Bradford. The Rotary Club of Wesley Chapel recently honored former County Commissioner Gary Bradford as Local Hero of the Year in a ceremony held at the Tampa Bay Premium Outlets on September 9th. It was truly an honor to speak at the event celebrating Gary's remarkable dedication and the positive impact he has had on our community. His unwavering commitment to public service and his tireless efforts to improve the lives of many are truly inspiring. This recognition is a testament to his hard work and the lasting difference he has made in our lives.
That was September the
Absolutely.
7th,
It wasn't the 9th?
on Saturday.
You're right. September 7th.
I'm sorry, but.
You're right.
It was close.
Very close.
Very good job.
And that was beautiful.
Yes,
Looking at
it
that,
was.
the wall of local heroes.
Yep.
It was very moving. So next, I did a ride-along with Captain David Garofalo. We hit all the stations in District 1.
Wow.
So, yeah. Yes, and the 911
There's
center.
quite a few.
Yeah, so there's quite a few. So the building on the right, the black building, is their new training center. So if you look at the picture on the left with the chains, they put wood in there and set it on fire. So then the trainees get to feel the smoke and the heat, and they actually see the fire from the beginning to the end. And the white fire truck is their newest truck, which was pretty cool. We got to see the brand-new station
White truck?
that came online, and it is really beautiful. I encourage the public to get out to their family event, because when you see these fire MSTUs and things like that, you're really making a difference in with the firefighters and their living conditions. Some of them went from all sharing a space, like didn't matter if you were male or female, in beds, to now they have dorms. So that was really great to see.
Where's the white truck?
Oh, gosh, I
It
can't
said
remember.
District 1.
Yeah,
trying to
I don't
figure it out.
remember what station it was. Okay, the next slide.
I'll
All right,
find
then
out.
I did a ride-along with Corporal Ortiz, and that's a little cutie Milo. So Milo is a therapy dog. He is just good for like pets and belly rubs and just feel good, happy. So Deputy Ortiz is also, he takes Milo into domestic situations, into schools, into anywhere mental health related. And we were in Land O'Lakes, and they got a call that they needed a drone, so we had to hurry up to Trilby. So I wasn't really thinking I was going to have this big exciting day, and I ended up getting a bulletproof vest and traveling at high
Hazard
speeds.
pay.
Matter of fact, my son said, he didn't know I was on a ride along. He goes, "Mom, why are you doing 90 miles per hour right now?" So that was exciting, and it was good to see, that the sheriff, they really do need more money. Their drone team is super small, so they needed to add to that. And they also had to wait over an hour to get a boat. They were looking for a gentleman in the river. So it was nice to see.
In Trilby?
Yeah. Yep, and they had Hernando there as well, so both counties were looking for this gentleman. But it was great to see the sheriff, the 911, and fire.
There was a river.
So it was a great week, and especially on 9/11. So that's it for District 4.
Enough for big gators, too. Very good.
Got a few pictures, if you would pass those down.
On a river in Trilby.
All right, Jack.
So we're with the West Central Florida Girl Scouts at Camp Indian Echo. Tampa Bay Water did a presentation on the wonders of water. They got a really nice education hub out there. A nice little plaque they put up for the kids to study. That was the program. If you'd flip through a couple pages. There's the head of the West Central Florida Girls Club, and the Tampa Bay Water representative. I'd tell you, I really, if you would stick on that next slide there. So that Girl Scout promise really just like struck me, just hearing it. On my honor, I will try to serve my God and my country to help people at all times and to live by the Girl Scout law. The Girl Scout law. I will do my best to be honest and fair, friendly and helpful, considerate and caring, courageous and strong, and responsible for what I say and do, and respect myself and others, respect authority, use resources wisely, make the world a better place, and be a sister to every Girl Scout.
I'm a Girl Scout.
Yeah, and my two girls were. It was funny, we're out there with a group of people, and there was a bunch of guys out there. Now, my girls had been out there before. I think I probably dropped them off twice, but never got to go inside the premises, really. So I had to drop them off and turn around. And then I said to the guys that were there, I says, I don't know how you guys rate, but somehow you get inside here. Good luck to you. But it was a great day out there. It kind of educates them all about water, how to preserve it. And one of the things Tampa Bay Water did is they put an aeration system out there to take that little Daisy Lake that's right there to keep it clean for the girls when they go paddleboarding, kayaking, whatever. Go ahead, next slides. There's some of the pictures of what's going on in there. They got all sorts of little activities in there. That was Daisy Lake that was out there. Just keep on going. Okay. I did go to that fallen law enforcement memorial. That was one of my fellow one of my deputy good friends, Tim Hennigan, from years ago. I hadn't seen him. But again, that statue, Commissioner Oakley, for what you guys selected, for you to get that done is just super impressive. So I'll say thanks again. There's a picture of all of us. And Sertoma. So Sertoma, I went to their club, and I'll tell you, it was really spectacular talking to them all the way through it. That's a picture with myself, Chief, JJ. We're out at the 9/11 golf tournament they had out there for firefighters. They sold the tournament out in like 38 minutes.
Wow.
I mean, it was packed. It was hot all day long.
What course is that?
That's Plantation Palms.
Okay.
Got the next one. And that was a picture of all the firefighters in there. And I tell you, this is something I didn't even know existed, and I just sent you a copy of the different locations. It's called Gracie's Food Pantry.
Yeah.
Established in 2013. Gracie started this just to try to help some seniors out. So they go into Hacienda Village, they go into Brentwood, they go into Sun Valley, down in Tarpon, and they go to Landing to St. Andrews. And what they do with these seniors is they do it once a week, and they go into their clubhouses where they give them refrigerator space, storage space, and they get donations from all sorts of places, like Publix gives them fresh bread, Sprouts give them fresh bread. They got some sponsors, which I'll show the sheets here in a second. But all these seniors that struggle to try to make the bills, especially in the past few years as inflation's gone up, they give them a really nice quality food, and they pick what they want. So it's not like you just kind of get in line and they're going to give you a bag and then maybe you get what you want or not. You pick what you want. And what it does, it helps these seniors be able to make their food budgets every single month. If you keep on going, next slide, that first one was St. Andrews. You got Humana out there that's helping them, Seniors in Service that's helping. Go ahead. Archwell. All these people donate to help out. This is a group down in Hacienda. Now, I'll give you an example. In Hacienda, they own their own, I don't want to say trailers, where mobile, they own their own units down there, but they're paying some of them $1,000 a month in rent.
Mm-hmm.
So try to imagine a senior that maybe has planned to like buy their property and be able to afford it, and now all of a sudden the costs have gone up. How do you make ends meet? Gracie's does a phenomenal job helping these people make it. And her son is on the far right there, Ed. great guy. I'm going to be trying to work with them in the future to kind of give them some space that we may have in the building across the way before it gets torn down, maybe for a year or two. There's a surplus vehicle that they could probably use to move this food around, because they go from place to place to go. Matter of fact, Gracie herself is spending $58 a month on storage just for food because her home is too full, which she can't fit anymore. So I want to try to relieve some of that pressure from them. Keep going. And I was at the Sugar Plum Academy in Hudson. What a neat little place this was. They had a nice sign for me, but I was able to read to them a little book. We gave them a little Play-Doh when they were done. I think they're more excited about the Play-Doh than the book, but it was all good. I signed each one of them for them, came and told them a little bit about what's going on. Keep going. Just a few more pictures of the kids.
What are they teaching you?
I was reading the book called The Gruffalo. So make-believe book, but it was kind of funny at the end.
Right.
All right, keep going. Or is that all? Okay. All right.
That's good.
Yeah, I was at Hope Shot too. I think they're doing a great job as well, trying to help people get along as well. So that's all I got. Thank you.
I did forget one thing.
Hello. What's your name again?
Oh, she's a person after my own heart.
Sorry, I know, this is a great,
Ken to Miss Starkey? I
this is,
just want to check. Are you
no,
kin to her?
I totally forgot. So this family in Moon Lake had a fire, and the family lost everything, and the community came and blessed this family, and the firefighter charities had them up in a hotel for a week, and then we got grant money available for two other weeks to get them in a hotel, and now they are moving in today to a mobile home. The community donated furniture, first month's rent, and pretty much every single thing they would need for their home. So they went.
That's great.
Complete success story. So thank you to Withlacoochee River for their generous donation, and to everyone that helped this family. So, and these three kids are so excited to have a house.
Are they still in the same area, or
Yes,
in this
yep, they're
river
still in
race
the
course?
same area.
Okay.
Yep. So it was just a great story, and I'm so sorry I forgot to mention that. Sorry.
Yeah, good stuff.
That's good. All right. Mr. Kabala.
Just real quick, sir, as you're all aware, we take cybersecurity very seriously here at Pasco County, doing a lot of training and a lot of good things. And I always remind our new hires that we as individual users are sort of the weak link in that. We don't want our government system here to be taken down. It would grind a lot of things to a halt. So I'm really pleased to announce that our own Chief Information Officer and IT Director, Todd Bailey, was awarded a national level award by the Public Sector Cybersecurity Summit for being an outstanding collaborator and partnership with those agencies in advancing cybersecurity awareness. Just know that your IT team is certainly parrying cyber attacks on a daily basis. It really amazes me just how many entities are really trying to break in and take down our data, among other things. So we're very, very proud of Todd and the leadership that he provides to our information technology team to continue to keep things cutting edge. So well done, Todd. That's all, sir.
Very good job. Mr. Steinsteiner.
I do have stuff today.
Hey.
This is a reminder you should have received from your purchasing department, the RSQ for the state lobbyist and the federal lobbyist. You are acting as the selection committee yourselves, rather than having an administrative selection committee. And by taking that role, you cannot have contact with any of the proposers once the proposal goes on the street. So you can't have, so those firms who are soliciting that business can't contact you. You're in the sort of cone of silence. You can't have any contact with them until after a selection is made. And if any of them do try and set up meetings through your staffs, refer them back to the purchasing director. She can handle any of their questions about the solicitation and the terms.
So you can't have any contact with them
you can't have any contact with them about the proposal.
About the proposal.
Right.
If it's not about the proposal.
Right.
Same thing with sunshine.
Right, yeah.
Okay. All right.
And if they try and slip it in, that will disqualify them.
When did
Right, I
that go
got
up?
Hmm?
And when is it closed? Like, how long are we talking?
Ralph?
Mr. Breitenbach will look that up.
Well, Ralph's back there too.
Oh, you woke him up.
Sure, I wrote it down.
All right, Ralph. I thought you'd already left. He's flying out, so.
Okay, the federal went out the end of last month, the state went out the week after. The evaluation date that you'll review both federal and state is October 23rd. And then you will do interviews and have presentations on November 1st.
So
So
current,
out on the street now.
currently it's on the street, so
Both
currently
of them
you
are.
shouldn't be having contact.
Right.
When did we get this? I saw it, but it popped up, I don't see it right now. Did it come out today?
It came out, yeah, I think that the dates that you're going to have the meetings were put on your calendars yesterday or the day before?
So Carrie sent those out today, but we had a hold. I got with your staff earlier, a couple of weeks ago, and we had the hold on those dates. So they are officially now on your calendar as of today. So October 23rd and November 1st, you're looking at all day for each of those.
Thanks.
And the second item is just briefly, in this morning's public comment, one of the speakers indicated that you were required to have after 5 o'clock hearings by state statute. That's a misinterpretation of the statute. Statute that only applies to county-initiated rezonings and your reason and the changes to the land development code. But even in those instances, there is a provision that says that the Board of that at least one of those two hearings can be held after, or at least one of those hearings shall be held after 5 p.m. on a weekday unless the Board of County Commissioners, by majority plus one vote, elects to conduct the hearing at another time of day. You, some time ago, adopted by motion that you wanted to have those hearings during your afternoon business with the rest of the public hearings. Even saying that section, the section that the normal most of the business that you do, which is applicant rezonings, doesn't come under that provision at all, which is why you only have one hearing. An applicant rezoning would have to have, if this applied, would have to have two public hearings, and it doesn't. So I don't, and in fact, there has been no case that we have lost on that issue.
What case was she even talking about?
I believe the case that she was referring to was the summary judgment in Coastline, which we did the litigation assessment meeting 2 meetings ago, I guess, which the same statute was referenced, but what the court found was that we hadn't advertised it in the right section of the paper, not that it was a hearing that was required to be after 5 o'clock. So I wanted to, straighten the record out.
Thank you.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right.
The only thing that we'd like to mention, just for the record, and for those that are very interested in the presentation, the Urban 3 presentation, due to the way the presentation was made, the clerk's office does not have a copy of the presentation, and in fact, the majority of his presentation was verbal. I mean, it was showing, but it's not like there was a PowerPoint and his presentation followed that. So anyone who is wanting to get a copy of that will probably need to go to the YouTube or the board meeting in order to really get the full benefit. But normally, we get a lot of calls saying we want a copy of that, and in this particular case, we're not going to be able to provide that.
I've been pinged by a lot of people who want a copy of it, and so I just told them to go to YouTube.
Yeah. That's it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now I have 20 items. Which one we got here? So I was asked to go to the memorial out at the Outlet Mall and speak on behalf of Gary Bradford, honoring him as one of our local heroes. Very impressive, I mean, it really touches your heart when you think about what we went through with Gary, and he would be very thankful that Ms. Yeager's here in his seat today. I can tell you that she's fulfilled his, not totally his shoes because he's a different person, but she's done a good job while in his absence. So, but he's a great individual. Then we'll move on to the next slide. Here's where we pushed in on September 9th. We pushed in, is that right? I don't think so. Oh, September 9th is right. That's on a Monday. We pushed in a new truck there at Station 25 there in Zephyr Hills, right by the city courthouse, city council officers there. And it was great. Thanks for all the horses that are actually in that truck to help us push that back into that, because it was uphill. So there's no way we could do it like the old days. And the push-in, a lot of people never realized the push-in was way back in history. Those were horse-drawn tanks and things of that nature to fight fires. And so if they got a new tank or whatever, the horse is not very good at backing up and pushing something. So they actually unhook the horse from the carriage and the tanker and then push it in. That goes back in history. That's historic in firefighters and what they do when they get new equipment. At the same time, and I didn't get a picture of it, but at the same time, there was a brand new ladder truck sitting outside at that station. This fire truck here, this fire truck here, it ran about $964,000. The ladder truck, I believe the number was somewhere around $1.6 million, and looked very nice. So we have really a lot of good equipment for our firefighters, and thanks to all that they do to help our citizens throughout the county. So move on to the next item. Where am I at here? Oh, this is my meeting on the east side of Pasco County. I laughed about it. You weren't here. I referred to you several times, Ms. Starkey.
I heard.
I'm sure you would.
I heard
told
the
your
orange
sister.
came up and my
Yeah.
name came up.
Oh, yeah. But no, I always pick on you, but I certainly appreciate everything you do. So the fact of it is that we discussed a lot of things, and Ms. Yeager and Jack Mariano were both in this meeting with me, but I ended up most all the talking because we're in East Pasco. All the cities belong in District 1 over there, so it really, I couldn't remember where we had the meeting the year before, but it was out at the college out there at Wesley Chapel, and it was a huge room, and you remember how far apart we were from talking to. Well, this venue here really worked out great.
Where is it?
It's at the IFAS building right there at the fairgrounds. Yep. So that's a great thing that's coming. So then move on to the next pictures. Here's the Fallen Officer Memorial. I've told y'all this story several times. The fact of it is Randy Blankenship and his wife, Shannon, went with me to give a check back to Mulberry ball team, that the couple that was looking after the Mulberry Little League took all their money out of their accounts and ran with it. They didn't get very far. Grady Judd chased them down and got them. So we didn't realize at the time, and Randy called me and saw Grady's talk about that, and then he called me, he said, I'm gonna give him my money back, and I said, okay. I said, why don't you give him 5,000, I'll give him 5,000, and we'll do it together. So that's how we got over and got thinking about, 2 or 3 years prior to, just like 5 years ago, we were shown a picture of what the memorial was gonna look like and all these things. And then you hadn't heard anything for 2 or 3 years. And the fact of it is, we walked through Grady Judd's memorial right in front of the sheriff's office there in Polk County. What a impression it makes. And he has actual officers that have passed their complete bronze figures of them, even one with a dog, and for the guy that killed the dog and the officer. But it was remarkable and got me started. I come back, called Craig Lepore. I said, what's going on? Oh, COVID stopped our funding. I said, how much money do you need? And he said, oh, probably 60,000. And I said, nope, call me tomorrow and let me know exactly what you need. He said, well, all our funding stopped. I mean, I said, let me know what you need tomorrow. And he did. And he said, well, we probably need $100,000. I said, okay. A week and a half later, we gave him the money for $100,000 from 20 donors. And I'm probably the only one that realized what I did, but if you were there and noticed, I had Ms. Yeager read the donation names, and it was for a reason. And my reason was I was actually honoring her office, her seat in her district, standing in behind Gary Bradford, which would be more than proud to have been there to do it himself. But in fact, I was honoring him by using her to read those stamps. And a lot of people don't realize, now, but I thought a lot about Gary Bradford, and he would very much be proud of that because his life was about law enforcement and safety and things of that nature. So I think it was fitting for her to read those names, and that's why she did read them. She didn't understand. I didn't tell her that story. So, but that was the purpose behind her reading the name for his office.
Your class act, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you for that.
I've got to run to a consortium meeting. You got to do what?
I've got a golf consortium.
Okay.
Oh, it's on my calendar.
And the last thing I have is I want to thank everybody that helped in being there or helping out with the staff and everybody that helped provide for the things I went to. I mean, even the push in of the truck, the cities and county meeting there at IFAS, the setting up of that, and IFAS allowing us to be able to be there in that setting. It was very good and worked out very good. So it takes there's no I in team. It takes all of us to do the right kind of job for our citizens of Pasco County. So I'm very proud of our county. So, all right, that's all I have.
I have a question for David and for all of us, and I realized it again yesterday driving around in my district. And it's an example that I would use today is Seven Springs Elementary School on Old Mitchell Ranch Road. We have a sidewalk going along the road on both sides. I think it's on both sides. And if you drive through there, Genesis School is right across the street. A lot of kids are walking to school. And the sidewalk goes to the school. There's 2 driveways going in. Maybe you can pull it up on the map. And then the sidewalk continues on and goes to State Road 54. Well, there's a lot more development that's come in around there. And the school has never put in their sidewalk. And I brought this up to Ray Gadd last year, and I don't think they're doing anything about it, but the school district has a responsibility to put in their own sidewalk. So if you're walking past the school and you're going to go to, say you want to walk to dinner across the street at Bricks 33 or whatever, there's no sidewalk in front of the school. The same as that, it's happening in a lot of their properties around the county. We build the sidewalk to the school, then a lot of the schools, they never put them in. So Old Mitchell Ranch, so it's north. No, you're going the wrong way. It's on, it's north, and now, okay, over there to the left, west, and now north. There's the school, zoom in. It's up in the northeast corner there. Keep moving. There it is. Zoom in to the, put the school in the middle of the screen. No? No.
Left.
Mitchell Ranch Road, where it says Mitchell Ranch Road, there's the school. If you could zoom in. See the sidewalk there goes in front of the FGUA facility? I think that's theirs. It stops when it gets to the school. There's no sidewalk in front of the school, and then it starts again once you get past their property. And, you know, they talk to us about bringing sidewalks to their schools, but they're not building their sidewalks, and I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be doing theirs.
So, I don't know what David you were asking, me or David Eagle?
You.
Okay. I think we need to get Brad to help answer this question, because my understanding is that they are supposed to be putting in sidewalks.
Right, that's what I thought too.
We do review site plans for schools, and so my understanding is they're treated like any other development, which is they're
Exactly.
required to put a sidewalk in front of their site, but I'll let
So
Brad
is that-
may have more information that I'm not privy to.
Yeah, but is that something we're missing on the inspect, do we,
Now,
I
some
guess
of
we
these sites may
inspect the
have,
school?
some of these sites may have predated
Oh, good.
our review of them, but I'll let Brad weigh in more.
Okay, all right, Brad.
Brad Tippin. Yes, that's exactly it. I believe these predated some of the language in the interlocal agreements and other things about that infrastructure within the right-of-way around the school.
So they don't have to come back in and put their sidewalks in? Who's responsible to put that sidewalk in?
We would do that as part of our program.
Get out. That's not even our property. We're gonna build sidewalks on other people's property? So so they did, okay, can you go to the, what is the school on Old Pasco Road? Can you pull
Cypress.
that one up?
Cypress,
Cypress Creek High School?
Yeah.
Can you pull that high school up?
is the high school and elementary?
Yeah.
Or middle school, maybe, yeah.
And did we land that active transportation planner? From St. Pete?
For pedestrian?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yeah. We're actually putting in part of that
Stop being
sidewalks,
my-
part of,
me
that's
doing
what I
this.
spoke to earlier about the widening the road, that we put in a sidewalk that was there by the school.
Okay, so go to the road. Zoom in on the road. Where's their sidewalk? That's brand new.
Yeah, isn't that the, that's not the college.
We'll have to look into that and
No,
get
that's
back to you.
that is the school board, that is the school district property, and there's no sidewalk. So I don't know who's supposed to be checking off on these things, but
So
it ain't Commissioner Starkey.
keep this picture up, because I'd like to discuss something while we've got the schools. You know, since school started back, we've had a lot of issues with traffic and children and roads not being able to handle all the cars. Because more than not, in the older schools, they're not allowing them to walk the student up to the door of the school to go in. Parents can't do that. They're required to drive them to the front door. And it's created more cars, and there's less children riding buses now than have been in the past. But the older schools, like on Centennial Road or San Antonio, they do not have a traffic pattern that lines up cars to stack to where it doesn't create a problem with the road. This particular school, is one of the newer schools, and it does have stacking of cars.
But it should have a sidewalk in the front, right?
It probably should too, but
I'm
the
sure
fact of it is, that's the difference, and that's what you're hearing about a lot with traffic all. At Centennial School, my daughter works there, teach kindergarten. The principal walks up to her and says, "I know who you are and I know who your dad is. I need him to fix my road." Well, the fact of it is, that's not our place to fix his road. And he's one of the older schools that are living with this traffic issue, which is really terrible in the morning and in the evening. It actually even flows out into 301 out before you turn on Centennial going into that school.
Can you,
This particular school has stacking.
but
and
still,
provides.
can you, if you could zoom out, I am curious how these kids on this side of the street get to the school. So okay, there's a sidewalk into there, and then, so they have to come out of their neighborhood and cross, is there a light there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and can you go south again? Keep going. Oh, that's kind of crazy. All right, well, anyway, that school district's supposed to put in the sidewalk, I'm positive.
So
Right.
Commissioner,
To be
the
on
one thing
school
I,
district.
and
We are-
really, this is a Brad and maybe even a Nick question, but there have been instances where if the county's about to construct a road and put a sidewalk in as part of a county road project, that we won't make the school board do it because,
Going to tear it up.
because we'll be tearing it up when we do the road widening. And
That makes sense.
this is a section of Old Pasco Road that I believe that
This
we
is
are
part of the
about
road
to
widening.
widen.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
And we're
so
building
we're
a
gonna put it
sidewalk
in
in
on this
along
one.
with
Well,
that.
again, that's a Nick or Brad question, but there
Yeah.
are times when we don't have the school board do it for that reason.
Okay.
Yes, Brad Tippin again, yes, that is exactly the reason. There's a 10-foot trail across the street where the
Yeah.
actual residential homes are that gets them to a safe crossing at a signal to get across the street. That was the interim condition while we're waiting on this road to be constructed and
widened.
widened.
Right.
All right, Brad, what's going on with their parking lot that doesn't have a shade structure for every 10 cars?
They don't follow under your code, they follow under SRF.
Yes.
So they don't have to?
That would be my,
Yes.
having done this for 30 years, that would be my guess.
Yes, the
There's some
interlocal
big old
agreement,
heat island right
because
there.
of potential security issues and other things, we don't actually apply our code to their interior
Right.
of their site. They actually use SREF standards, and those aren't the same standards.
Okay.
Now, one other thing, and I got, not about, to you, Brad. Another thing that came to my attention yesterday, I had individuals reaching out to us on email about the condition of Mitchell High School. They're not
Yes.
able to drop kids off in the morning, the gates are locked, secure, and have to be to a certain time because you don't have personnel there to, when a gate's open, it's gotta have security and personnel there to handle that, and those gates have to be open and shut. And that was brought on after I'd answered the guy and was looking into calling the school. The principal actually came out and sent out an email of exactly what had to take place. Because I think the guy's problem is his job starts about the time he's got to drop his kid off. And if he's there a few minutes early, he can't get the kid in. So, but they have specific regulations for opening those gates and, doors to the school. And there's got to be an officer or someone there taking care of being able to walk around and watch kids in that school. So, but that's school regulations. That's like all the time we get questions about what do we do about this school or that problem or issue, and actually it's school board issues. So
We
they
have a
ask
very good
us.
working relationship with the school board, and we've been able to handle
Yeah.
some of those logistical
Yeah.
issues as well.
And I
so.
try to handle them as best I can, and, yeah. Ray Gadd usually ends up on my phone in the past.
Well, not
he's been on my
anymore.
phone. Yeah, not anymore. I'll miss him, so. I don't know who took his place. Anybody know that?
Yeah,
Ms. Kuhn?
Betsy Kuhn.
Oh, Betsy Kuhn. She's very good. Okay. Yep. Anything else? Can we adjourn now?
You would.
David, is-
no,
is,
you
um,
advertised
he
it.
gone?
You advertised a separate meeting so yeah.
Okay.
So it would be, you adjourn this meeting, you'll have a new meeting
Okay.
at 5:15.
We'll adjourn this meeting and have a new meeting at 5:15.
Pasco County waterways and wildlife depend on you to keep them healthy. Excess fertilizer, grass clippings, trash, oils, and pet waste wash into gutters and storm drains when it rains. Stormwater carries these pollutants directly into our lakes and rivers, creating an unhealthy environment for fish, waterfowl, and other aquatic animals. Storm drains are meant for clean rainwater. Most other discharges are illegal. If you suspect an illicit discharge, please contact Pasco County Department of Public Works at 727-834-3611.
Today we're out here with PCPT and we are training our dogs, our puppies, to enter and ride a bus. We are on the paratransit bus and the regular buses. We've learned about ramps and stairs and lifts, and each of our puppies had an opportunity to go up and down and into the bus and ride one. For some of them, it's the very first time.
There are a lot of sounds and feels of a bus. Like our fixed route, you can feel the ground shaking, there's a lot of movement, you hear braking, sometimes you brake a little quicker. There's a lot of noise with other riders on the bus, a lot of people getting on and off, so there are a lot of distractions. And this is a great way to teach the guide dogs how to interact with customers and also to get used to the noises and feel they may have on the bus.
So this is Andy. Andy is an 8-month-old Labrador Retriever. It's very rewarding for us as a family to take part in this. It shows my daughter a lot of responsibility and how to kind of give back to the community, not only your time, but an animal that's going to help somebody with a disability.
These dogs have many career choices ahead of them, and they're the ones that choose the career. We try and introduce as many opportunities to them as possible, but ultimately it is the dog that will choose the career. It is very difficult to find opportunities where you have a group of 10 dogs that can go on and off buses, and PCPT really gave us that opportunity today, and we appreciate it so much.
Finding Rover is an application that is used both on website and smartphones, and you can download the app or use the website to upload photos of your own pet to help find them if they've become lost. And the way it works best with us is that when those animals are being found as strays by our animal control officers or being brought in by another member of the community, their information is automatically being uploaded to Finding Rover system, their pictures are automatically being uploaded, and if they see their pet, they already know where they can go and find it.
I think one of the interesting things about our organization is our ability to help the public. We have so many different ways that we can do that. One of the most special ways we do that is being able to reunite pets with their owners. And anytime we can get some technology, a form of technology to help us do that is incredible. And with the Finding Rover app, we personally at Pasco County Animal Services have been able to reunite pets with their owners based on facial recognition technology, which that's some space stuff right there, but we make it work and we get animals back into their homes, and it's absolutely incredible, not only for the animals, but for those people as well.
The application for Finding Rover is a free application for smartphones. You can use any picture that you find on your Facebook pages, on your private pictures, anywhere that you have them. If you're using your phone, it'll open up your camera roll and you can choose the photo that you'd like to use.
We get on scene. There's a man stuck in the hole. The hole's probably, I'd say, 10 feet around. He's in the middle of it. We started rigging systems to attach him so we could secure him from sinking any further into the hole.
Me and firefighter Watson, we jump in a brush truck and we head over. We get to the scene and we see just a guy, chest up in the dirt and mud. We see Captain Dieters, and firefighter Suarez digging away, just trying to save this guy's life.
At that point, we started doing buckets, 5-gallon buckets. We were throwing a bucket in a hole, and they were filling it up down there, including the victim. He was helping us fill the buckets. And then we were hauling them out by hand and by rope, and then moving that water as far away from the hole as we could.
Reassured the guy that he's going to be okay, and then we just started digging and rigging.
I don't think he knew the seriousness of the situation initially until he started seeing a lot more people show up.
The Florida sand crushing on him, the water rising and lowering.
Once we got the vacuum truck in there, we were able to keep the water pretty constant level, about his waist deep.
Shoring up the hole from collapsing on us, securing the excavator that was there, it all came into play like clockwork.
When it collapsed into him, he ended up being basically in the kneeing position, or the praying position, in the hole. So he'd had no leverage to move his legs at all.
We all wanted to be in there to save this guy. And that's just the firefighter mentality. We want to be there when it happens.
It just seemed like the amount of work that we were doing, we weren't gaining any ground. Basically everything that we were pulling out of there, the walls were just creeping back to where he was.
There was times where you start, thinking, wow, man, it's getting dark. It might start raining, Florida thunderstorms, that could be disastrous.
It was good to see the relief on his face. Once his first leg came free, you could see that he knew that we got him.
When we got him free, the whole neighborhood was around, everybody cheering, screaming, just joy. It's complete joy.
We immediately put him on the stretcher, and Bay Flight got him out of there quickly.
We're constantly out training, trying to improve our skills. Amongst our own agency and multi-agencies, we constantly go to different counties and municipalities to train. And it all came in effect, and it worked out. We saved this guy's life.
Here in Florida, we're no stranger to rain, and Pasco County Public Works wants to show you how we're working to improve drainage along your roads. Our crews work hard to keep your roads in great shape, and you'll notice after a heavy rain, we often see ponding, or standing water on the road that doesn't easily drain away. Ponding can be a problem for a couple reasons. Most importantly, it can be a safety issue, because when you drive through standing water, you can start to hydroplane and lose control. So why does ponding happen? In most cases, it's because the shoulder doesn't slope away from the road, so the water doesn't have anywhere else to go. Pasco crews are always on the lookout for these problem areas and have a relatively easy way to fix them. Most Pasco roads that have water ponding problems have a sod curb, where the grass grows right up next to the road. Our crews use this